Sweet. I see the bender, not so in the sweet. I see the bender, oh, not so in the sweet. I see the bender, not so in the sweet. I see the bender, not so in the sweet. I see the bender, not so in the sweet. I see the bender, oh, not so in the sweet. It's with us. 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 It's with us.
Wait, did I hear that right? Let's listen again.
If you know what, make I see peace. Your mind, you know, no go touch ground. As you know what, make I see peace. Your mind, you know, no go touch ground. If you know what, make I get peace. Your mind, you know, no go touch ground. Your mind, you know, no go touch.
Hello, and welcome. I hope you enjoyed that little bit of comedy. So, that song you were listening to says, as it dey pain them, as it is hurting them, it is sweeting us. So, as they are in pain, we are doing much better over here, is what the song is trying to say. And this is a preacher's response. Sorry, I didn't invite you. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to do my, sorry guys. I'm so sorry. Pax, I am so sorry. I wasn't trying to bring you up. I pressed on the wrong thing. How are you though?
I'm great. Actually, I wanted to tell you, since you invited me up, I went on a date yesterday that was overnight, and it was great.
And it was great?
Yeah.
Oh,
they're
fantastic.
a librarian. I met them at the library, and they write and read a lot, and so do I. And they're non-binary, and they're really, really cool. And
listen, Pax, I will message you. Let's have a discussion. Okay. Let's have.
Okay. Anyway, I'll jump down. I just wanted to tell you.
It might be something I want to tell you as well, which I think will be interesting to you.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Love you, Afro. Have a good
I
night.
love you too, Pax. And I can hear the voice. I hear the voice.
Yeah, it's a little lower. Sometimes it's a lot lower. Today it's middle level.
But it's coming. It's coming. Hello. But thank you, girl. Right. Listen, I'll message you. We definitely need to talk about something, okay?
Yeah. Right. Can you let me down, please? I can't see my box.
Okay.
Thanks. Love you.
Love you too. Sorry, I wasn't trying to bring up, and I just wanted to get started, and I don't know what I went and pressed, but never mind. We're here now. Okay, everyone. So that song you were listening to, as they pain them, now so it sweet us, as they pain them. So this was the response of a man of God to allegations of the allegations of Corridor Deliverance and all the shenanigans that's taking place. I wanted to talk about Corridor Deliverance today. Guys, do you know that there are some Nigerian pastors that do Corridor Deliverance? They have convinced their members that there is something wrong with them, that there is something spiritually off. There is something completely wrong. And now it is in the corridor. We have to go to the corridor to have our problems solved. When I tell you the rot in this belief, the rot in this ideology, in this part of the world, where one man can tell people, he says, God spoke to him. God came down and showed him a vision. There were spirits pouring something from a bowl, and they were pouring it onto the earth. And they poured all sorts of, when I tell you, these men have damaged a lot of lives. Corridor Deliverance. Corridor Deliverance. What a thing. Has any of you heard of Corridor Deliverance before? Please, I need to know, have you heard of, or have you been to a Corridor Deliverance? May I never jam this kind of nonsense in my life. Even when I was a Christian, you will not find me going to, for what? When are these people going to wake up? This Olukoya, the guy is really sick. He is sick in the head. And I make no apologies. Wait, okay, let me look for the song. Please listen to a song. I don't know if it was composed. It might have been composed by Olukoya himself. When I tell you this guy is sick, please listen to his song. The guy is something else. So this is the kind of song that you sing in response to, people talking, people starting to have a voice about the shenanigans that take place in your church. As they are hurting, we are doing well over here. They sweet us. If they pain them, they sweet us. What a fool.
Sweet.
The whole orchestra. Please, before they continue, let me say hello to Miss Misani. Hey, Miss Misani. Oyinlade Adeshemowo. Hello, and how are you? Sino Pataki. Hey, we are talking about your friends today. Mumu Finger Mumu Church. Mumu Finger Mumu. Mumu follow Mumu Church. Hey, Nashane. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. I didn't know of this kind of ministry until I found you. Are you see? Woo-wee. Listen, Nashane, you need to stick with me. Stick with me. I will show you some madness and foolishness in the name of religion. Just stick with me, please. There's another one there's one, this one you need to see it. I don't know how people in this modern day can look at these things and say, no, that is something of value. These people are making a mockery of my people. Now we're going to listen to as they pain them, now so it is sweet. That's a foolishness. Singing inside the church. Good evening to you too. Awareness is being spread. Hallelujah. That is a lovely name. So I say this one is people's spiritual father. Yeah? Yeah. Anyway, listen.
Sweet.
I like the name. Aging forward. Rubbish.
Touch ground. If you know what, make I see peace. Your mind, you know, go to touch ground. As you know what, make I see peace. Your mind, you know, go to touch ground. If you know what, make I get peace. Your mind, you know, go to touch ground. Your mind, you know, go to touch.
The lyrics are right there. As it hurts them, that's how it pleases us. It's hurting other people, but it is pleasing us. As it pain them, now so it is sweet us. This, unfortunately, is how church has devolved in this part of the world. Please, can we tap on the screens? Please tap on the screens for me. Hey, Dabiosa. It's because of Dabiosa I'm over here today. I wasn't planning to come over here. Next tomorrow. This time next tomorrow, I should be on band on my main account. So, yes. Please, if you're not following my account on this particular account on TikTok, please do make sure to follow this one, because I think I'm on the verge of losing the third account. I'm close to it already. So, yeah. Now, as they pain them, and so it is sweet. You just come on now. How can a church and its leader tell its followers to sing? But anyway, that's the young people singing. So glory be to Jesus. When other people are hurting, we are rejoicing. We are thankful to Jesus. As other people are hurting, we are saying thank you. You like TikTok more than YouTube? Okay, all right, Daviosa, it's okay. People like different things. Did I see Ria? I'm sure I saw Ria. Ria just sneaking by, thinking I didn't see her, but I saw her though. I saw her. Okay, today is about corridor deliverance. That's what we're doing today. Corridor deliverance. Let's see. Let me come on cam on for this one. Come on camera. How do I do this now? Okay, here we go. This is me. This is me right here. Okay, so corridor deliverance. Let me tell you about corridor deliverance. When I tell you that Christianity is practiced different depending on who, what, where, how, when, location, environment, intent, a lot of things, depending on all these many things, that's how this religion is practiced. And this is the reason why I say that this religion should never have been brought to Africa to begin with. Should never. Because the further away from the source the religion gets, this water it down, it's completely filtered, and syncretism creeps in. So you don't know the difference between culture and religion. It's a complete blend. So if you go to Nigeria, see how Christianity is practiced different. If you go to Uganda, it's practiced different. The further away from the source these religions go, the watered down the worse they get. Because who is going to teach these people how to do Christianity? The one who they're following, the Jesus character, he's not here anymore. He's gone. And now he has left it in the hands of people like this one. And now we have what we call corridor deliverance. So Dr. Daniel Olukoya, the General Overseer of Mountain on Fire Ministry, is a man that I'm reading from someone's, what they have written. Some things I may not necessarily agree with, but most of it I do agree with. So he has deceived and terrorized his members all over the world for decades. This man acts like a mafia. He hides under the name of Christ to perpetrate all forms of wickedness and oppression on his pastors and members. He sexually assaults unsuspecting ladies under the pretext of conducting corridor deliverance. Yes, you heard it. A lot of the people that go to corridor deliverance are women. He's obsessed with the woman's anatomy. Most of his miracles and stories always center around the woman, pregnancy, her sexual parts, and spirit husband, and all these things. That's the focus of this guy. And to me, that's a person who does that. That's a sick mind. One thing you must note, guys, listen, with these preachers, they are hiding in plain sight. They are hiding in plain sight. The truth about them is right in your face. It's not hiding. It's not. Hey, hello, beautiful lady. Olukoya is not a Christian, ma'am. He's just an evil, plain and simple. Well, I'm going to disagree with you on that. What is the definition of a Christian? Well, I mean, he's a charlatan. He is evil. I appreciate what you're doing. But this man calls himself a Christian. How do we know who is and who isn't? How do we know that? How do we know that? How do we know? What is the criteria to determine who a Christian is and who isn't a Christian? Where is that criteria? So I would like to see it. I would like to know who is who. And it beats me that Nigerians, they're more Christian than the people that own the religion themselves. It beats me that Nigerians are more religious and follow this Jesus character more than the people that own it. Jesus was a Jew, was born a Jew, lived as a Jew, died as a Jew, was never a Christian. Now we have the followers of this guy. And now they are more Christian than even the Jesus himself. I don't even know where to begin with that, but that's not the conversation for today. Our Nigerian people will be claiming ownership of somebody else's ideology. We had our own. We had our own deities. We had our own, things that we worshipped. But because of colonialism, we are Christians. We are Christians because of colonialism. And today, we are now the strongest of all the Christians. But don't you worry, we are coming little by little. And people like Olukoya helps our cause. Because if your God existed, people like Olukoya will not exist. It's that simple. If your God existed, people like Olukoya will not do the nonsense he has done for years. God would have put a stop to it. Not on my watch, not in my name. So anyway, that's not the conversation for today. Today is Corridor Deliverance. And it's all thanks to Let's Talk About It with Maybe. Guys, please make sure to follow Let's Talk About It with Maybe. My goodness, this woman is on the case. She is exposing Olukoya. She is exposing Hey, by the time this woman is done with Olukoya, they will not be able to pick him from the floor. Hey, my goodness. I've not seen anyone so thorough in their expose. Guys, on TikTok, her name is, do you have a TikTok account? Let's talk about it with Maybe. Do you have, I'm sure I heard you say you have a TikTok account. Please let me know. And hello everyone on TikTok. Hey, Dimples. I think I saw Jaria. Jaria, did I see you there? Did I see you there, Jaria? More Catholic than the Pope. It's true. Our people are more Christian than the go to Israel. Go over there. Go to Israel. Jesus who? Who? Who is what? But our people? Ooh, we. But anyway, that's not, ma'am. The commandment of Christianity is simple. Jesus, I don't even believe in that the character Jesus actually existed. I don't believe. So when you say Jesus said this, Jesus said, you would really have to prove to me Jesus said any of those things. Yeah. I mean, you only read from one source what Jesus must have said. But for someone who lived over 2,000 plus years ago, I'm sorry, I would need more than that. I really would need more than that. So I personally don't even dabble with the whole Jesus existed, but just some people get it wrong and some people don't. I don't deal with any of that because no. Jesus, you're just about to drive. Oh, Jeria. Okay. How is my Jojo? I hope Jojo is fine. If Jesus cared so much about his religion, he would have written a book. He would have left something behind for people to understand. I still did a video on TikTok today. Someone was saying, it tagged me in the video. A pastor tagged me in his video about, to understand the Bible, you need context. And look, if you're God, you can't see your God. You don't know your God. You don't know where he lives. You know nothing. All you have is a belief in said God. He's mysterious. And now he has left you a book that is contextual. Come on now. He's just made it 10 times worse. You don't know anything at all about this God. The one time the God came down to the earth, well, son or the God, I don't know, he was one of them. Anyway, that was the time. They had one chance to get it right, to write a book. Jesus had a chance. Hey, Adrian, had a chance to write the book, but no, Jesus never wrote anything. It was after Jesus was gone. You know, the disciples were waiting for Jesus. They thought he was coming back shortly. Jesus told them, none of you, some of you here will not die before I return. So Jesus lied to them and died and just buggered off and never bothered to come back. And so those ones now decided, let's start scrambling. Let's start writing. On day one, now when you met him, what was it that Jesus said? He said, let's write it down. Come on now. Come on. So, not for me. I'm sorry. Just not for me. You know what? I don't mind a conversation with you. I honestly don't mind a conversation. You look like somebody I can have a conversation with. And these are the conversations we need to have because, look, the perspective that I come from, I am for the God itself, the belief itself. They brought this religion to us. What methods did we utilize in determining that this religion was in fact the truth? Did we just accept something for the sake of accepting it? You realize that Jesus' religion is just a belief, right? That there is no evidence really to back up any of that stuff. So they bring you a religion, tell you to get rid of yours, whatever you were serving. So how did you determine that the one that they brought to you now is the good one? How did you get to that point? And so these are the questions we need to be asking. And if this religion has no backing behind it, first things first, they lied about his race and ethnicity. The people that brought us the religion told us that he was the white boy on the cross. Go to many churches in our parts of the world, you will see pictures of the white Jesus everywhere. People still have white Jesus in their homes, white Jesus under their pillows, white Jesus on their necks. But if he existed, that's not what he looked like. So how do you believe a thing that was brought to you with such lies? But anyway, like I said, this is not the conversation today, right? Today, we're talking about Olukoya and his Corridor Deliverance. And Senso, I see you're here. Oh, hello. Senso. Senso, remind me, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
You're a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Do you go to Olukoya'S church by any chance?
Yes, I was born into, the ministry.
We've spoken before now, right?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Hey, thank you, Gaslight. So, do you still go to MFM?
Yeah, of course I do. Although I go to some other churches, but I was born into MFM. So.
Okay, and would you say that Olukoya is a man of God?
Yeah, he's one of the people in which God is using for this generation,
And what makes you say that?
His lifestyle.
Tell me, what is it about his lifestyle makes you say that he is one of the people God is using for this generation?
Okay. So when we talk about humility as a leader, humility is key.
Humility?
Humility is key.
What is that?
What is it?
What is humility?
The power to be humble, like
power to be humble. Okay, go on.
So Olukoya is not someone that's flamboyant, despite his accumulated wealth through his books and other scientific research he has done. So I mean that's one of it. He's not like other leaders. I'm not trying to bash other leaders, but he's very, very humble. He's not flamboyant. He's calm. It's just these are the attributes of a leader. You understand?
Okay, the attributes of a leader, I get it, but man of God is different from just an ordinary leader. So how do you know he is a man of God? Have you seen Bill Gates?
No, I don't like him. He's a demonic human being.
But have you seen him though? Have you seen him? Have you seen the way he dresses? No, have you seen the way he speaks?
Of course, I've seen.
Why do you call Bill Gates demonic?
No, we've seen various evidences that he's part of the 666 agenda.
What the hell? Part of the 666 agenda?
Yeah, he was part of the people that caused COVID-19. Also, his recent trip to Nigeria is not to the betterment of the citizen, but to the betterment of him and his demonic agenda.
Why would he want to do that?
I mean, not all wealth are from the Lord. Not all.
I know. I want to know what information do you have that he caused the C-19 and his agenda? No, where do you get this information from?
It's all over the internet. We've seen it, and the way he just smiles, everything about him is extremely fake. It's part of the Illuminati and the Rothschild, and
Illuminati. What is Illuminati? Yes. For you to make a claim like that on Beyonce's internet, right? Claiming he is part of the Illuminati. I would be very careful making such bold claims like that about, certain people, because if you don't know what you're talking about, better to keep mute. So what is the Illuminati?
Yeah.
And how do you know he is part of the Illuminati?
Illuminati was, I think it was founded in Germany. Illuminati is a secret group, so and well, they say they are not demonic cult, but it's a secret group, and so that's it.
So they say they are not occultic, but they are a secret group.
Yeah, because they control the government. The Illuminati is full of wealthy people. They control the media, they control the finances, and they're in charge of the New World Order. And these are the type of people that
they're part of the what? New World Order.
Yeah, New World Order. Yeah.
What is that? New World Order.
It's a one government system.
And what is it? Yeah, one government system. Does it go all over the world or what?
Yeah, it's all over the world. So basically they're in charge of all of this.
The guy just went off. Not Dennis. No, it's not Dennis. It's I'm on TikTok. You're interested in the Olukoya attributes. I'm on TikTok. This is on TikTok, but let's talk about it. Maybe I can bring you up on here, right? Just me and you. I can bring you up on here. So I will put the link. I don't know which one's better for you, because I really, really want to speak to you. Not about Christianity, please, my love. We can have a conversation about that another day. I want to talk about Mr. Mumu, Finger Mumu. What they call him? But Corridor, the Corridor man himself. Why does anyone have a corridor for deliverance? Why does anyone take part in Corridor Deliverance? What the hell? How did we get here as a people that we bring women into the office and say, in the name of Corridor Deliverance, you are busy touching and feeling and putting your hand? No, he wasn't removed though. He just went off. Dennis, he wasn't removed. He just went off. I just saw gone. So, right. I will put the link here for you. So on TikTok, I am afroatheist.backup. Right? It's my backup page I'm using. So I don't know which one do you prefer. I'm waiting for you, my love. Which one do you prefer? In the meantime, please, can we tap on the screen, please?
Yeah, so when I was speaking, some demonic power wanted to, disturb me. So all of a sudden, I was just removed, because I was speaking the truth about the agenda of the devil, And
who removed you?
These are territorial spirits. Just like that, I was just removed.
Wait. These territorial spirits, they're on TikTok?
They're on TikTok everywhere.
He's gone again, my guys. He's gone again. The territorial demons. The territorial demons they're not the territorial spirits today, they're not even the guy said territorial. Waiting. What did he say? Territorial. Jojo, he said territorial. The guy just
I don't know what's wrong, but if I'm removed from this account, then I think I will have to come with my other account.
Okay, because I'm not touching anything. None of the moderators are doing anything.
I can feel it in my spirit that some things are going on. I know it.
What? Why would something be going on? We haven't even started conversation yet. Nothing.
Exactly. They are afraid because I'm about to spill the truth.
You're about that. Who is afraid? The spirit people.
The demonic spirits and the territorial spirits that are working in the environment.
Okay. So those people are afraid.
They are afraid. Now they are shaking in their coven.
Shaking in their coven.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, can you share? Please share the link, the TikTok link. Okay, we'll do. Give me a minute. Let me just hold on. Yes, I think I would prefer you for you to come on thingy. Just give me a minute. Just hold on, please. Give me a minute. Let's put the link up here. So how do I share this this link? Wait, hold on one sec. How do I share this now? How do I share? I don't know how to share it on right, found it. Right. Copy link. So I'll put it on. There we go. That's the link right there. So I have put the link to the TikTok stream on there. Okay, so Sensor, talk to me. You said you are a member of MFM, right?
Yeah, I am a member of the Mountain of Fire and Miracle Ministries.
How I still want to know what made you determine that he was indeed a man of God.
I mean, a lot of his attributes are attributed to the fruit of the Spirit, you know. So he's a man of God, you know.
Do you know he lies? Do you know he lies?
No, he doesn't.
He lies.
No,
I have caught him in many lies.
Can you give me an example?
I can play it for you. 1 second. I can play it. Hey, vessel. Okay. Right, give me a second. Let's play. Let's look for one of the videos where he's telling a bold-faced lie. Just give me a minute. Let's see. Okay, let's see.
How did nylon bag get inside a pregnant woman? God is a God of wonders.
Sorry,
I've shared this.
Let me do this again. All right, listen.
How did nylon bag get inside a pregnant woman? God is a God of wonders. I've shared this with you before. It's 1990 or 91 or so. We were still in Old Jabba Road at that time. And they rushed this woman to the meeting. She was heavily pregnant. And we started praying for her. Only for her to say, sir, before you start praying, let me just tell you that this pregnancy has been in the womb for 2 years. We started praying. All of a sudden, she fell into labor right there while the prayer was on. So I quickly said, please take her to which clinic do you use? Which clinic? They rushed her to the clinic. Beloved, the first thing she delivered was not a baby. The first thing she delivered was a nylon bag.
Can you guys see it? People on sorry. People on YouTube. I'm sorry. I thought you were seeing it. Oh my God. Hold on. What did I do? I'm sorry. Excuse my language. My goodness. Okay, sorry. I'll play it again so that you guys can hear it. I'm sorry. Sugar.
How did nylon bag get inside a pregnant woman? God is a God of wonders. I've shared this with you before. It's 1990 or 91 or so. We were still in Old Jabba Road at that time. And they rushed this woman to the meeting. She was heavily pregnant. And we started praying for her. Only for her to say, sir, before you start praying, let me just tell you that this pregnancy has been in the womb for 2 years. We started praying. All of a sudden, she fell into labor right there while the prayer was on. So I quickly said, please take her to which clinic do you use? Which clinic? They rushed her to the clinic. Beloved, the first thing she delivered was not a baby. The first thing she delivered was a nylon bag. It was that nylon bag that came out first that a male child followed. I remember this today because some years back when I was in Canada, a young man came to see me and said, Gio, I'm going to introduce myself. You'll be shocked. He said, who are you? I said, do you remember that baby that the mother gave birth to nylon bag before you came out? How did nylon bag get inside a pregnant?
So, Sensor, Olukoya has talked about nylon bags coming out of a woman's private area. Snails have come out of a woman's private area. All sorts of different things. This man, he knows about all these different things that come out of a woman's private area. So my question to you, do you believe that nylon bag can come out of a woman's private?
Yeah, I do believe that. This is nothing new. You know, we've heard of similar stories such as such. You know, there's something we call...
Hold on. Yeah. How did the nylon bag get inside her kwekus?
This was the power of witches and wizards. That's why we must pray against wasted efforts. You know?
No, we over here do not believe in witches and wizards. We don't. So when you make a claim that nylon bag is inside somebody's kwekus, you would have to explain to the modern to the average person how nylon bag they get up inside a person's kwekus.
Without using the term witches and wizards?
Yes. I don't know what you mean by witches and wizard. What does that even mean, witches and wizard?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so yeah. What do you mean witches and wizards? So you mean that if there is a thing called witches and wizard, wait, let me understand that these witches and wizard will look at everything and just decide, you know what? Because we want to just be devious today, we are just going to go and look for, guys, in case you don't know what a nylon bag is, it's a plastic bag. I don't have a plastic bag. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can find the plastic bag. Plastic bag inside a woman's bag. So some witches and wizards, or what do you call it? They decided, okay, look, let's go and put this inside. Yes. Oh, okay. Is that you, Aisha? Okay, I've already followed you actually. So guys, look at this here. So some spirits decided that we are going to put this inside the woman's vag. Wait, let me see if I can take off this thing so people on think you can see it as well. Vessel of dishonor. See, vessel of dishonor. See what they put inside the woman's papers.
How did they put it?
That's what I'm asking the gentleman.
Santa, how would they put something like that in
All
there?
of these are spiritual works. But
so the bag was put in spiritually.
Yeah.
Okay, so why does it come out physically? Why did it not come out in the same physical form, in the same spiritual form that it went in? Why is it coming out in a physical form?
But this thing is not spiritual now. This is
we know how they manufacture that. We know.
Yeah, because
that is created by humans in a factory. It's not any spirits that made that bag. And also, why are spirits taking things made by humans to put up there? Why don't they manufacture their own products and use their own products to put up there?
You cannot speak multiple words and expect me to remember.
Just hold on, please.
Words. Oh, guys, the same thing I'm asking you.
Okay, just let him respond.
This is not a fight.
All right, okay, all right, come on. All right, can you please just respond?
Sensor,
I beg.
I haven't even reached that side. If I reach that side,
let's not turn it into that. Please, let's not turn it into that. Let's just have conversation. I beg you, please. Okay. How did this get inside the woman's papers?
It got there spiritually. This was done through something called spiritual transaction. And they did it purposely to traumatize the mother of the child. I'm very, very sure the woman that gave birth to this nylon, she won't be herself. She was going through trauma. That was.
It's not Dennis, so Sino Pataki. This is not Dennis. This is sensor 21. Okay, what I can do for you, I can show you the thing so you can see. This is not Dennis. Give me a second. People on
YouTube. This is Dennis.
This is Dennis?
Yes, of course it is.
Sino Pataki, you're right. It's Dennis. Okay. Oh.
Yes, this is my second account. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. Right. So, guys, you heard it here. It's a spiritual thing. These spiritual beings, they go and get plastic bags. Maybe I don't know where they get it from. Maybe from the company, from where. And then they just decide, we just want to be just mean-spirited. And we're going to put this into a woman's, into her, I don't know how it works.
I think they get special offer. I think they buy, if you buy in bulk, if you buy a certain quantity in bulk, they give you a discount. So they probably have a discount in wherever it is that they're
Why
purchasing.
are they buying in bulk?
So that can traumatize people spiritually.
The world is a very, very dangerous place. I mean, it might have been one of our loved ones, maybe that was... I
think they put nylon bag in your nyash. Sensor.
Vessel, no. Let's keep it PG. Let's keep it PG. Let's keep it PG today, please. Let's keep it PG. Let's keep it PG. Please, let's keep it PG today, please.
No, but we're reasoning.
I know. Let's keep it PG. Maybe it's here. Tosin, she's here already. Just hold on. She's here already. No, let's not argue. Let's not argue, please. I want us to not argue and to keep it PG as well, because what we are talking about is a very important conversation. This man, Olukoya, has done a lot of damage to people. And I have someone here, Aisha, right? Well, her name, I will let her introduce herself, and I will let her just take the floor, because
can I just say something quickly, please?
All right, go on.
Because people
please hold on.
Censor, are okay with things like this exiting women's bodies. But once it comes to their own bodies, they get very defensive. This belief system is anti-feminine. It is anti-women.
My sister, what are you saying?
They try in every angle to make women look like they're, just weak, or they're always used spiritually or something. It is not fair and it is not right. And I repeat again, if that woman can bring forth a nylon bag out of there, Sansa up here, you will sit down. A nylon bag is going to come out.
Yeah, we see about that in the future.
Yes, when that happens, then I'll believe this silly story. But if that will never happen, then this story has never happened.
But not me.
It is going to come out of you.
Might happen to your husband or your boyfriend.
But
definitely not me. It might also happen to you, But I'll be on TikTok laughing.
It will happen to you.
I am spiritually inclined.
If it can happen to that lady, it will happen.
It is going to happen to you, vessel. It's going to happen to you. Not me.
You first. After you.
We see about that. I am spiritually inclined.
Guys, excuse me. I want us to keep. No, let's not do that.
Why doesn't he want it to happen to him, Afro?
No. I'm trying to keep this stream as as possible.
Yeah, taking
can you just let me? Can you please let me speak, please? Oh, mute Dennis. Okay, he needs to mute himself. Okay, guys, I want you all to please follow Aisha. Right, Aisha is up here, but on YouTube she is. Let's talk about it with Maybe. I will type it in the comments. This lady, honestly.
Comment section. Let us see how you feel.
When I say maximum respect, I'm telling you, I am in awe. I have seen people do videos. I used to follow Maureen. I even used to be on the live stream following Maureen, Badijo, and all these things. But she is in a different class. She is I don't know, I think she's a barrister or what, but I will let her introduce herself. I will let her say what she needs. Listen, guys, I respect her. She's a Christian. We might, disagree on different things. Can you just mute yourself? Please, just mute yourself. Right? So I will, please, guys, she is amazing. All right. I don't know. What do I call you, my dear? Bolu. Hello, Bolu, and how are you?
I'm fine. Aisha used to be my Muslim.
Sorry, say that again.
I was once a Muslim. So I used to be my Muslim.
You are a Muslim. Oh,
I was once a Muslim.
Oh wow. Let me give you. You deserve it. Okay. So I will type on YouTube, please hold on. I will type it in the comments. Give me a minute. So welcome. I would like for you to, talk to us. How did you get to where you are now exposing Olukoya? And I hope you know that it is because of you that I started speaking about Olukoya. Otherwise, he was not on my radar. I would see him from here and there. I never cared about what the hell he had to say, right? But I decided because of let's go and look at this guy. And I'm just...
Okay, so if I don't understand the story, it's going to be a bit sad, but I want to put a caveat there. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me. I'm doing fine. All right. Okay. So I used to be a Muslim. I went to the Arabic school, and I was listening to a song in my parents' living room one time, and I just felt this overwhelming love over me. Like, I don't know.
Afro, we can't hear you, Afro.
Okay,
Afro, you're on mute.
Okay, let me switch.
Sorry, the network is shaking. I'm sorry. Your network is... So her thing on is art. Let's talk about it with...
Is the network okay now?
Say something.
Is it better?
Yes, that's better now.
So I wanted to go to a church. Oftentimes, I've always seen people from MFN come and do their evangelism. You know, they would distribute tracts. I was living in Nigeria, in Ogun State. So I've heard about their church before. And if you notice their modus of prayers, it's very, very catchy. I'm not going to lie. It's very, very catchy. So I joined the church, and eventually I joined the choir. I was singing alto at Southwest 16. Then my church was a branch under Southwest 16 region. And all of a sudden, I had friends in the choir. You know, I'm singing alto, I had friends singing soprano, I had my friends singing bass. We had Emmanuel. Emmanuel now attends select. He used to be the one that would play the piano. Along the line, they do this thing called pulpit rotation, where they would change pastors over the course of time. So they brought this pastor, Pastor Mike. The man developed the interest in me, but something about him was just off. He was always buying biscuits for girls after service and all the boys in the choir. But mostly, you know that it was only the girls they wanted to buy biscuits, but to cover up this facade, that's why he buys it for the girls too. So oftentimes, he just looked to me like a creep. So I didn't eat anything from him. So if one day he confronted me and asked me, why don't I take anything he buys for those girls in the choir? And I told him, because I was a Muslim and I was just raised to be blunt. And I said, there's just something about you that I just don't like. You look to me like a creep. So that's why I don't want anything you give me. Plus my parents gives me what I need. So there's no need for me to take anything from you. I'm sorry, I'm okay. So eventually, you know, he confronted my mom. And this is one thing that is so unique about all these pastors that makes it so difficult for people to find out. They know how to mimic righteousness. They know how to cloud themselves that you would not easily find out. You know, they're always raising prayer points, doing all this kabashing, speaking in tongues. So eventually, you look at him and you say, okay, fine, this is a man of God. But for me, he was just a creep. So he told my mom that I needed to go to Prayer City for deliverance because I had spirit husband. And eventually it was spirit husband that exposed the whole church. So my mom told me that he said if I don't go for the deliverance for spirit husband, I will likely die, not get a husband, a lot of bad things will happen to me. And my mom, being the very, very naive Christian she was so worried, as any other parent would be. So my mom was like, you must go. And I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. And my mom was like, no, you have to go, because then my dad was still a Muslim. So my mom was like, I don't want to suffer over my child. I don't want to lose a child. You have to go. So he was supposed to bring me, because the way MFM works, most times they will give you a letter from your branch or your region. So he was supposed to bring the letter to church on a Sunday, but he told me that day that he did not come with the letter. So I had to go to his house to get the letter. And his children are in the same church. We're in the same church, but they're younger than I am. His wife too was in the church. So I said, okay. So I told one of my friends in church, she sings soprano. Her name is Gania. I said, Gania, you're going to have to follow me to this man's house, because I don't know where his house is. His house was at after that Auro side, Nabekuta. So I went there. He wrote the letter for me. And afterwards, he told me to come see him in his study. He had a study. His wife was in the living room. His kids were there. Gania was trying to plait their hair, to lose their hair so that they can go to the hair salon. You know, on Sunday in Nigerian schools, they will call the the hairstyle for you guys. So you have to go to the hair salon to get it done. So you have to go with that hairstyle on Monday. So Ganya was using the hair, and he took me to his office, and I sat down, and he was asking me funny questions. Well, then those questions didn't look funny to me. Afterwards, he said he wanted to pray for me. He was asking me if I've ever seen a man in my dream, if I saw somebody touching me in my dream. I'm like, hell no. What are you talking about?
Sorry, I just need 2 seconds.
So afterwards, he then came and said he wanted to pray for me. He stood up and said he wanted to pray for me. So when he said, Father, in Jesus' name, I had my eyes closed. And I said, amen. All of a sudden, this man's hand was on my boobies. As at 15, I was like, what the hell just happened? I opened
you were 15.
Yes, I opened my eyes. I'm like, what the hell just happened? So he opened his eyes too. I knew he was expecting that reaction. So I was like, close your eyes. I'm praying for you. Open your eyes. That is demonic attack. Close your eyes. Okay. So I closed my eyes. But then throughout the rest of the prayer, my mind was running probably 50 kilometers per hour or like 100 kilometers per hour. I was trying to make sense of what just happened. So he gave me the letter. Throughout the journey back home, Ghanaian noticed I was just awfully quiet. I didn't say a word. I was trying to make sense of what just transpired. You know, in your head, you're like, did that just happen? Like, I just want to be sure I'm not crazy. Like, what just happened in that room just happened. And I swear to God, it just happened. So you're trying to like make sense of it. You're in your head. You just can't believe that just happened. You don't know how to explain it. So it took me a lot of pondering. And when I was supposed to go the next day, but something happened. I didn't leave. So I was in a taxi with my mom, you know, Nigerian taxi. You take a taxi, you people can lap your kids. I was sitting on my mom's lap, even though I was 15 years old. Believe me, my mom likes to save money. And I asked my mom a very funny question. I said, what if Pastor Mike is not really who you think he is? Because I really did not know how to present what just happened to me. I said, what if Pastor Mike is not really who you think he is? What if somebody tells you that he's somehow? I didn't even know how to present it. Mama was like, lie. That man, if you see the way he's kabashing, he will do 21-day prayers. You know, Nigerians, God should not allow people to weaponize poverty against us. So Mama was like, no, you know, he's a good man. Did something happen? I said, no, nothing happened. I'm just asking. I just wanted to know because I'm just wondering. Just like, okay, nothing. Just let's get this prayer point over and this prayer city over with. The Lord is your strength and stuff. So eventually they sent me to Prayer City. I went there. I'm not going to lie. We're supposed to fast for 3 days. I was so hungry. I bought plantain chips at Ibafo Road. And I ate plantain chips and I drank water. So afterwards, they said you're supposed to fast. So I stopped eating after I got to Prayer City. So when I got there, you know, the normal modus operandi for those of us that know Prayer City, you go and meet them, you give them your letter, they will ask you questions. So I went to meet the first man. There's this table, everybody sat down, like you see this block of cabinets, big block of cabinets. You see them with lockers and stuff like that. So I sat down. There's a chair in front of you. There's always like a bunch of tables, and there's the ministers at the other side. You are sitting at the entrance to the Prayer City, so they will attend to you. So I gave him the letter. He read it, and he asked me, "Are you a virgin?" I was like, "Excuse me, what are you talking about? At what age? Like, which day that was that? Like, you look me finish. You're asking me if I'm a virgin. What kind of silly question is that? How many men have you slept with?" I'm like, "Sir, I'm just 15. I don't know what you're talking about." Even this one I asked him, it looks funny. He said, okay. So he wrote a number on my book, on that piece of paper. He just tore out a piece of paper. He wrote 2 numbers, and he told me to go meet the lady at the other side, which I did. And the lady just pulled out the shelf. It's like, it looks to me like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You come, they give you your number, you go and meet the other lady, and they start pulling out shelves, and they start bringing out prayer points, and they start handing it out to you. So when they gave me the prayer point, either like one almost had like 120, another one had like 200, another one had like 150. I'm like, seriously, did I kill somebody? And they were like, okay, so you're going to go and pray it, and you're going down to the auditorium. Then I don't think they've built all these new structures they built. Then you pass through the auditorium of the church to the other side. There's a big auditorium, like a hall. That's where you go rent your bed for those that are not very, very rich. So I paid 800 naira per night for a small hostel foam. That hostel bed, that bunk bed type of foam that you put on the floor. So I paid 800 naira per night. I think it was 2004 or something, or 2006. I can't remember. I paid 800 per night, and I paid for 4 nights. And the whole thing started. So the way it works, once you pay for your bed, you go back to the auditorium, you join them to pray. You people will pray until you're almost exhausted. And afterwards, I think by 12, they'll tell you to go for a break. You go for a break, you take 2 or 3 hours break. By 3 p.m., you're expected to go back to the auditorium till 6. By 6, I think they'll let you be. And then I think you come back again by 9 to 12 or something. Then by 12 again, you do another prayer till 3 a.m. But believe me, it was chaos. Like, it was just too stressful. And during those breaks that they gave you, they will still expect you to still pray all those like 500 prayer points. So at a point, the first time I was going to go to Prayer City, that was going to be my first time. I felt special, I'm not going to lie. Like, I felt like, okay, this is me going to see God. All my problems will be solved. I was young, I was naive, so I was excited. But it got to a particular day, I'm like, seriously, at this point, I need to ask God. When I'm done with this, God needs to give me an assurance that this thing is going to end, because I'm never doing this again. It's overwhelming. You're tired, you're stressed out, you're yelling. They will tell you to pray like a wounded lion. So I had a lot of questions, coupled with the fact of, what just happened to me? There was nobody I could talk to. So there was that time. Yes, I'm working on it. So that time there was this person in the church. He was the youth leader. His name was Benga. He asked me out and I said yes. So I felt like, okay, fine. Based on the relationship, he was going to be able to understand me a little bit. So I called him and I said, this thing happened to me. He said it is not possible. I said, I know a lot of people they're not going to believe me. So I just hung up the phone because I was really, really pissed off at this point. I'm like, if nobody believes me, what's going to happen? So the guy called back 2 days after and he said, I'm so sorry I didn't believe you, but I know you to not be a liar. So a lot of things are just off that I don't understand. But if what you're saying is the truth, do you know that you're in trouble? Because there is nobody you will say this to that will believe you, and you need to come with concrete evidence. This is a serious allegation. I said, I know. That's why I'm like actually confused. I don't even know what to do. So he said he was going to come to Prayer City to see me before I leave. So they were supposed to, the Friday was supposed to be the, was it Friday or Saturday was supposed to be the power must change hands or something. So he came and then we left for Abeokuta together. So I was able to narrate everything that happened. I told him everything and I told him he can ask his sister how I was so quiet all through the journey back home. And he said, okay, if this is the case, you have to be very, very careful. Just mind your business, stay away from him. And if anything happens again, make sure you have evidence. So I said, no, Allah. Afterwards, I came back to Abeokuta. The pastor was like, how was the deliverance? I said it was fine. Then I just finished my WAEC. I was about to write my pre-degree. So I was about to write my pre-degree. This man said, okay, I'm going to pray for you. And all of a sudden, the man prayed for me. In my life, I've never scored 50 over 100. I hate people that score average. I always feel like they don't feel too good. And all of a sudden, this man prayed for me and I scored 50 over 100. And he asked me how was the exam. I said, sir, I did not pass, so I scored 50 over 100. He said, hey, didn't you try? I said, but for me, I know what I do, but then I don't know how that happened. Something's just off. Maybe you have bad luck, but then I can't tell the man that he has bad luck or something. So afterwards, he told my mom that there's a need for them to make sure that the prayer they've prayed for me, I don't lose it. So I need to come to his office regularly for updates on the spiritual prayers and the spiritual spirit husband prayers. I told my mom I was not going. My mom was like, hey, the man of God is telling you to go, you're not going. You know, there's this way they've put fear in the hearts of believers where they will just start saying all this touch, I'm anointed and do my prophet no harm thing. So I had to go. Then he used to work at Internal Revenue. I don't think he works there anymore, at Akeolubade. For those that know Ogun State very well, they know where Akeolubade is. So the building then there right now, it has been pulled down by Amoson during his regime. So I would go there and this man will be asking me questions like, if he wants to see me secretly, how can he see me? Already I knew how the talk was going to go. So I went with my phone. I was always going with my phone. I'll put it on recording and I'll record the entire conversation. So sometimes he will stand up, he will pretend as if he's going to go and meet the rest of his team. And he will come back because I was facing the door. My chair was facing the door. He will come back and in the course of him going back to his seat, he will start kissing me and smooshing my breast. Oh my Lord, it felt so uncomfortable. But then I'm the one that is in trouble because now I can't go back to church. Now, if I say anything, they will say I'm lying, I'm spirit husband already. They already said I'm spirit husband. So the odds are stacked against me. I just had to endure. I will call my brother and say, hey, this is what happened today. Me, I will start to shout though. They will say, Bolu, you better endure and just record everything. So that when you're finally saying it to the whole world, they will know you're not lying. I said, hey, okay, no problem. You will tell me to come again, I'll come. The same thing will happen. You'll be telling me, can I trust you? Can you keep a secret? Can you do this? I was like, hey, I have suffered in this life. So I shall make sure I recorded everything. Unfortunately for him, a lot of things I don't talk about in church is that me and my family, we did not really grow up rich. It was along the line that things changed for us. My mom used to be a hairstylist, and we were so poor that sometimes we could not afford the cost of a cab. So we would take the boat from Lafenwa to the other side, to Kobiti. So when we take the boat we have this canoe we take, this wooden canoe. So the canoe will drop us at the other side. So there's a small track we will take that leads to Kobiti, and you get it to Shudeke. My mom's shop was in Shudeke. So I grew up knowing all those paths. It was my childhood memory. So I knew where all those places were. So all of a sudden, that day, the man said he wanted to drop me off. Instead of him dropping me off, he took me to Okemoson first to meet some of his friends at Internal Revenue. They had this other Federal Internal Revenue office. He went there, he spoke to them. And then eventually, he then passed Kobiti, which was where I grew up. And he just parked his car and said he wanted to pick something. And I already knew that place, that route is taken, is like a close. There is no exit. There's no exit for where he's going. And all of a sudden, he's asking me to put down my pants. I'm like, hey, I have seen it all. So because I have not been saying anything for the past few days, that I've been smooshing my breast and kissing me, you think I'm stupid. I don't know. You think I don't know 1 + 2. You think I don't know that when you tell a girl to pull her pants, there is something you want to do. If you don't leave me alone, I'll open this door. The way I will slap you. I was like, do you know who you're talking to? I just kicked the door open. I took stone. I said, if you don't get out of my side, I will break your windshield. So I threw the stone. I started running away because I was, this adrenaline, all these emotions. I was so pissed off. So I couldn't stop spitting. All of a sudden, all those events of all those days, just those couple of days, they just dawned on me. I was drained. I was pissed off. I was angry at myself. The fact that I was subjected to that emotional trauma just because I needed to get evidence for people to believe me. I was angry at myself. I was angry at the church. I was angry at everybody. So I went to buy TomTom. I bought a lot of TomTom. I was licking TomTom. My mom came from work. She was talking to me. I was so pissed off that I was talking to her. I'm like, better leave me alone. I was telling you to believe me. You don't believe me. I was pissed off at everybody. So she held my hand and she's like, Bulu, what's wrong with you? I said, see, at this point there, I'm not going back to that church again. This is what has been happening. Your pastor has been kissing me and smooshing my breast. You should have seen the shock on my mom's face. She was so sad. She felt bad. She's like, why didn't you tell me? I said, me that I was using this time to tell you that you don't believe me. She really felt bad. And I played the audio and she was pissed off. So I went to school. I think I was supposed to go to Ife. I did my pedigree in Ife. So I was supposed to go to school, I think that Monday or so. So she was like, okay, fine. You know what? I'm going to undo this. Just go to school. Focus on your studies. It's going to be your first week in school. So I don't want anything to stress you out. We'll undo this. So and my mom was worried that my dad is a Muslim and she's going to, it's probably going to make fun of everything.
My sister, I'm sorry did you mention the name of this person?
Yes, I did. Pastor Michael Ogushino.
So so far so good. It's just the one person that has you have talked about, and his name is Michael Ogushino.
Well, he left after I'm going to get to that part. After the whole thing happened and he got exposed in the church.
So because
he left the church.
The era that we're in now, we're not playing or messing around, right? We need to let people know that this is what is happening, and if we can name names, if we can have a video evidence, the way you do it now, Bolu, you are the best.
Yes,
you are the best at this. Who is this one? Who is this?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask, is this the man? Is this the man?
How can that be Michael Ogushino? No, it's not. If you want a picture, I'll show you a picture.
No, I have the picture. Don't worry.
Then why are you showing this one then?
Ogushino in MFM. So I just wanted to be sure.
You can ask your Southwest 16 to provide you a list of all their pastors.
No,
MFM.
I know, but this one name is Michael Olukoya. Don't worry, I have the picture. I'll look for it.
This is not a story I've kept hidden. I've talked about it on Fukia Shekun's page. I've talked about it on several platforms. It is not a story. Everybody in MFM Sabo knows the story. So it's not some people. You can ask Olukoya to verify if it's true or not. So back to what I was saying. So eventually he was trying to cover up because he already found out what was going on. He already found out that his secret was out. So he was trying to do a lot of cover up. And eventually they called me and said I had to come and defend myself, the Council of Elders. You know, we have all these ministers in church, but me, I call them Council of Elders, that I had to come and explain myself that it was a lie. It did not happen. And I said, if you people don't believe me, at least this guy called Benga knows what happened. I told him what happened. So you can ask him. So my mom said, okay, fine. With the way things are going, I needed to come to Abeokuta. So I ran all the way I drove all the way from Ife down to Abeokuta very early. This man said he was going to be in church that day. Conveniently, he did not appear in church. So it was just me, my mom, because at that time, my mom stopped attending church. My mom, my choir mistress, Mommy Ore, and my pastor's wife. This pastor, Mike Ogushino's wife, was the one that was there. And I was like, so where is Pastor Mike? They said he was sent on official assignment. I said, this is not fair. If he's not here, there's no conversation. They're like, hey, if you know what you're saying is the truth, you don't have to worry yourself. I said, okay, no wala. So my mom was calling Benga. And right in front of me, I saw, because the way our church was then, it was not made of block the way it is now. It was made of all this Paco, all this wood. So we, the choir choristers, we have our own entrance. So I could see Benga take our entrance, come outside, remove the battery from his phone, remove his shoes, put it in his pocket, and he was running away. He felt as if I was watching a movie. While my mom was calling his number and his phone was switched off, later he told me that the man came to scare him, that he threatened him, that he was not allowed to testify or something like that. I said, okay, I forgive you. Eventually he asked me to forgive him, and I did. So afterwards, you know, they said they cannot discuss this thing in the church environment, that they had to take us somewhere to make sure that this thing doesn't even get into people's ears. So they took us to a building at the back of the church, and I played.
Wait, what happened? Are you still there? Are you still there? It's gone quiet. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you perfectly.
I can hear you also.
Okay, I think something must have happened to her mic. Guys, please make sure to tap on the screens. And you know what she is sharing, guys, a lot of this happens in these churches. This man up here, this one, Olukoya, bringing young ladies into the church to come and do Corridor Deliverance. The fact that a man thinks that he has some kind of powers to deliver people. What kind of problem do you have that somebody is delivering you and now they're putting their hand up inside your... For what? What kind of sin do you have? This man has said someone is giving birth to a plastic bag, and Dennis believes it. If Dennis here believes that a woman can have a plastic bag inside her pekus. Who did this to us? This man has talked about snails falling out of women's private parts. They push the thing out. I hope she comes back. Let's see. Please, I hope she comes back. Where did she go? I hope she comes back. Dennis. So you've been listening so far. Do you think that these sort of things happen quite a lot in Mountain of Fire Ministries?
Well, when I saw her face, I knew who she was, because as at that time, my uncle was the regional overseer of Southwest Region 24, Ashiro, which was Ashiro Abeokuta, which was very close to Sabo. So, well, what happened to her was very unfortunate, and so yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I haven't answered the question, Dennis.
What's the question?
I was asking you about the things like her story.
Yeah.
Does it happen in that ministry, Mountain on Fire, Miracle and Ministry, whatever they call it, whatever it is called?
Yeah, it does not really happen. I believe that man was not disciplined enough, and what he done was not acceptable. It was morally wrong, but it's not glamorized. A singular person cannot define the whole church hierarchy. You understand?
So
it does not happen a lot.
Do you believe that Olukoya himself has been involved in this sort of shenanigans?
Well, I don't believe that. I've been going through there've been a lot of court cases against Olukoya.
No. More like he is the one taking people to court. Most of those court cases, he is the one taking people to court. Right now,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Right now, there's Lady Funke Ashiko taking her to court. Dennis, doesn't your Bible say you should settle with your brethren first before you start thinking of going to court?
No, it doesn't work like that. For example, what's the name of this lady?
No, I'm talking about the Bible. What the Bible says about how to resolve conflict.
Yeah, I mean, the Bible says we should forgive and forget, but whenever you come to social media and you keep glamorizing and keep defaming, you have no choice than to take you to court, So you have to defend yourself in the place of wrong. For example, Aisha said...
Sorry, I was off.
Hold on. Dennis, myself. Sorry, Aisha, sorry. I don't know what happened. Just dropped off. Are you there still?
Sorry, where did I stop?
Does anyone remember? Where he stopped exactly?
I think it was where you felt like you were watching a movie because the guy ran off. I think that was it. I can't remember.
Okay, so it felt as if I was watching a movie. They said they can't discuss that matter in the church because they didn't want to draw attention. So they took me and my mom to this the back of the church, like buildings away, and they asked me to play the audio. I played everything. I narrated how the whole thing started, and all of a sudden his wife started to cry. Only did not touch you. It did not happen. You are thinking of it. He's too friendly around you people. He likes you people. I'm like, madam, please don't confuse my confusion. I know what happened. I know I'm the one that this thing happened to. I know what happened to me. I know how this thing happened. And all of a sudden, my choir mistress started speaking in tongues. Her name is Adenike Ojo. My choir mistress' name is Adenike Ojo. So they can verify all these things. I'm not coming up with names out of the blues. She's the choir mistress as at that time, and she's still the choir mistress to date, unless she has left as of today that I don't know about.
Just so you know, Bolu.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis says he actually knows you. He's seen your face, right? Dennis, where did you say what part did you say you were?
When Pastor Koyemi was the regional overseer of Ibarra. Don't see, I don't need to expose myself. Just continue your story, madam.
Okay, just to let you know,
that's what I'm saying. You are. Because if you know me, Pastor Koyemi, you have not shown me a wrong picture of Pastor Mike.
Bolu, your mic is shaking again.
All right, what I'm saying is, if you know Pastor was the pastor of Ibarra, then you would have known who Pastor Mike is, because at that time Sabo was under Olomore, and then Sabo was a brand, Olomore was a zone under Ibarra. Is it Ibarra? Ashero, sorry, under Ashero. And afterwards, Olomore became a region.
No, madam.
And Sabo became a zone. And after now,
Jesus Christ. Came to Ibarra. Ibarra, then to Olomore. That was
hold on. Olomore was the region. Olomore was the zone. Then Sabo was the brand. Afterwards, because I know that we used to go and do our Palm Exchange dance at Ashero.
And that's what I'm saying.
Ashero was the region then. Afterwards, let me finish now. Afterwards, we had Olomore become a region, because when Olomore became a region, we all celebrated it. When Olomore became a region, Sabo became a zone. When Sabo became a zone, eventually, then Olomore was 16. I remember I did my new year at Olomore.
Bolu, your internet is shaking a little bit. Bolu, your internet is shaking.
When Sabo, yes, ma'am.
Your internet is shaking. Network, yes.
When Sabo became the zone, Olomore was the region. Afterwards, Sabo became a region, and you had Sabo 1, Sabo 2. So if you claim that you've seen my face before at Ibarra, then obviously you would have known who Pastor Mike is, because it was not a hidden story. You would have known who Pastor Mike is. You would have known where Olomore was, and you would have not showed me a different picture of Pastor Mike, because Pastor Mike was very popular.
We have 2 Pastor Mike in Abeokuta region. This Pastor Mike was transferred from Ife. I don't need to argue things with you, and I'm not trying to scatter your story. Make your story, but I'm telling you, we have 2 Pastor Mike. We have one Pastor Mike in Ashero, and we have another Pastor Mike in Olomore. I don't need to make your point, madam. I'm not here to argue or say that's not true.
I'm saying my story was make reference of Olomore and Sabo. So you're showing me, if you say you know me, because I don't think I've ever been to where you said you've been to.
Madam, Michael Olukoya was transferred from Ife to Ashero.
Okay, please. I think I would let you please just carry on with your story, Aisha. I really want to get to how you have arrived at where you are today. Guys, once again, I will put her links in. Please make sure to go and follow her. You have never seen, listen to this, you have never seen someone commit to exposing a charlatan like this lady here. She is very thorough. This lady takes your videos and goes to do AI, what was it? She is a barrister. This lady is, look, if this lady, whenever she is done with Olukoya, right, with this charlatan here, I am telling you, there's no way he's surviving this one. No way. A lot of people have been talking, but she comes correct. She comes correct. I've not seen that sort of dedication to, exposing truth before. And me, I am hoping that when she is done with Olukoya, we will move on to the others. Because, my goodness, this lady is...
Madam, when Olukoya take her to court, please don't...
Dennis, please, nobody wants to... No, she's a barrister, for fuck's sake. Don't you
worry. We see herself...
please, yes, thank you. You see, that's all you and your man of God, like taking people to court. Disgraceful. Aisha, you need to sort out your internet is really problematic, and we need to hear you, Mr. Zil. That's all. Listen, this man. All he does is take people to court, take them to court for all different things. Most of the people he has taken to court, they've won their cases. He took Showore to court. Showore won his case against this dingbat here. Nobody said anything at all about it. He was ordered to pay Showore, I don't know how much it was, $7,000 or something like that. He took Madam Ashekun to court. I think this is the second time or something like that. She won out of the 8 charges. I think she, I think about a few of them, most of them, they were just thrown out, except just the one. So this guy, he's just using the money that he's getting from his followers. Just taking people to court, taking them to court. This is why, for me, when I am talking about him, I'm not particular about, like the personal details, all those who slept with who and who. No. I'm after your
court,
doctrine.
taking them to court. This is why, for me, when I'm talking about him,
are you there?
I'm not particular about, you see, like the personal details, all those.
Okay. Actually, if you're ready, you can speak. I was just filling in the gap while you, like, sounds like an echo. Bolu, are you ready? Bolu, are you ready? Let me put him.
Bolu, I'll join you. Connect my husband's Wi-Fi. Just give me a few seconds.
Okay, all right, cool. So I will put her links in the chat, and yeah, I really want to know how did she get to? I think from her story you can sort of see the beginning, right? She's been through it in this particular ministry, and I will tell you from the little that I've heard of some of the leaders in that place.
Now, it's not good.
Yes, you sound better now.
Okay. One thing that makes me laugh at this point in my life is that I've been through this for 15 years. So if anybody thinks a lawsuit will scare me at this point, I think they got something else coming for them. Because the only reason why you'll be afraid of a lawsuit is when you're telling lies. Even when it comes to defamation only works when the statement you're saying, the fact of the statement are actually lies. Where the statement is held to be nothing but the truth and fact, then the onus of proof then lies on the person who claims to be defamed to prove that what they've been saying is in fact a lie. Now, back to what I was saying. One thing is very, very crucial. When I went through this, I learned a lot as a very, very young girl. I learned a lot because they showed me the other side of hell. I thought I was living hell. Because when they came and I showed them the recording, they held my hand and convinced me that everything that happened to me did not happen. And it was in fact me telling lies. Wow. They were convincing me. The wife was crying and saying it did not happen to you. My prime minister was speaking in tongues and said God showed her that I was used by other pastors to bring down the man of God, and I need to see it from the angle of Christianity. They were telling my mom that this would destroy the church, and for that reason, I needed to let it go. But most importantly, the one thing they took from me was that they convinced me that I had to delete the audio. And I told them there is no way in hell I'm going to delete it because that's all I had to prove that this thing didn't happen to me. And they were making it look as if I'm going to play a major role in destroying Christianity. I'm going to play a major role in making sure that people's lives are destroyed. People will lose faith all because of this. What do I want to gain? I'm trying to bring down the church of God. Does not make sense. The wife was screaming. It did not happen. She was weeping. You can literally see tears coming out of her eyes. And I look like a fool. As at that point, I stopped believing in anything God. So I already came from Ife with earrings, and they were telling me, "Oh, can you see? You already have earrings." You know, my choir mistress, she's like the mother for all our children in the choir. I removed my earring. She removed my earring and said, "Oh, this is what I'm saying. You're already backsliding," and all those things. But what I did not know was that while I still had that audio, I had the power. I did not learn that. I wish I had learned that. They pushed me to delete the audio. And the moment they knew that I had deleted that audio, that was when I saw hell. I saw hell on earth. For the first time, these people treated me as if I was a piece of shit. Around that time, my matric number is Law 2012-073. I went to OAU. So for those of us that went to OAU, you know that around that 2012, there was a strike. There was an ASU strike. So I was at home. They showed me shege. It felt as if I was never a part of the church. And that was the pattern that I noticed in all those victims. When it is time for MFM to turn on you, they would treat you as if you were never a part of the fold. They would treat you as if you have never been a part of that church. This man told the entire church that I was possessed. I was the queen of the Marine Coast. I had spirit husband. He went to tell Benga's family that I was a witch. The woman is late now. She's dead. She can bear witness now. Everywhere I went to, people were making fun of me. I had no friends. I had a chair in church. They gave me a chair, the chair for the possessed girl. Nobody would sit on it. Nobody would sit next to me. The only person that would sit next to me was my sister. And oftentimes she will just hold my hand and she will start to weep. My sister is in USA today. She's doing her PhD. She can bear me witness to this case. And as if that was not enough, they tortured me mentally. And every single time I would, for the first time in my life, it started to dawn on me what the heart of human beings looks like. And I would stare into this man's eyes while he's preaching. And there's this saying that the eyes of man is the window to the soul. And I'll be looking at him to even see. I'm trying to understand, how do you do it? How do you stand on that pulpit and act as if you don't have a conscience? At that point, I was going crazy. How? I was going crazy in my head. I was like, you don't understand. Like, how do you make this? Help me make this make sense. You're the one who did all these things to me, and yet you're the one who went about cooking stories and lies about me. I had no friends. I lost everything. At what age? All because I won't admit to you sexually assaulting me and keeping up the secret. And for the first time, I just said I had had enough. And on a Wednesday service, was it a Wednesday service or a Tuesday service? Because before it was a Tuesday service we were doing. I think it was a Wednesday service we were first doing. And then when you become a region or so it switches to a Tuesday. Because the region does their Tuesday, then something does their Wednesday. I don't know how they do it now. I went to the church with a cutlass. Yes. I went to church with a cutlass. That's why I'm saying, if he knows this story, then he should have known what I'm saying is the truth. I went to church with a cutlass on an evening service. And I told him, I will hack you into pieces if you don't tell the entire church what transpired between you and I. The news was viral now. I went to church with a cutlass. Everybody came to church. They were like, hey, everybody was scared. Everybody came after me. They held me. They kicked me to the ground and they were beating me. And you know what this man said? He said, this is what I'm saying. This girl is possessed. They poured sand in my mouth. My mistress poured sand in my mouth and said the sand was from the prayer city. That Olukoya prayed on it himself from prayer city. They poured sand in my mouth. They poured oil in my mouth and they said it was deliverance. And I was telling them, I'm not possessed. You guys knew what you did, but they will not allow people to talk about it. In fact, one of the few people, the elders that knows about this truth is Pastor Mr. Egbe Makinde. Because eventually the man had to see me and say, Bolu, what is going on with you? And I told him everything. And that was the last day that man set a foot in MFM. And I see that was not enough. If they then told the entire church that nobody should pay attention to me, they told my parents to lock me up in a room. They should not pay attention to me. That I'm trying to cause a discord. That it is the demon that is talking. So anything I'm saying is demonic possessed, and I'll be saying things that are not true.
Damn, are you talking about the same Egbe Makinde that is in Ashe?
Which Egbe Makinde? Egbe Makinde, Olumide's father.
Dennis, please, you will let her finish the story.
The Egbe Makinde that lives in Papa, because it is only one person that is better than Egbe Makinde. Egbe Makinde, my father's friend. Back to what I was saying, Jerry. Afterwards, they then took me to Olomore for deliverance.
Yes, you guys are not tapping on the screens. Please keep tapping while you're listening.
Afterwards, they took me to Olomore for deliverance. The Pastor Mike said they should take me for deliverance at Olomore. And I said, okay. I did not even have a choice in the first place, so I don't have a choice. It is where they take me to, they take me to now. They took me to Olomore for deliverance. And when they were doing all this prayer, the noise, the whole thing, I was looking like an imbecile. Like everybody was staring at me. And Pastor Mike said they should take me, they should take my siblings, and they should take Benga to Prayer City. I'm going to play an audio for you today. The audio of Benga, when my husband found out all these things, and my husband said he wanted to hear from Benga himself. I will play everything that Benga said today. And they said, they have to take me for deliverance, so they have to take my siblings because I've also infected them with witchcraft. They took us all for deliverance now. We all went for deliverance. And Pastor Joseph, he is late now. Pastor Joseph came to meet me. Okay, before Pastor Joseph came to meet me, I told them that I wanted to use the restroom. 3 people followed me to the restroom, a man and 2 women. One stood at the entrance. One followed me into the bathroom. One told me to put my pants in front of her. And I was like, don't I even get to have a privacy? They said, no, you're a demonic possessed person. You will disappear into your kingdom. I was, when you get drained to a point where you just don't have the energy to even fight back anymore. I was just weeping because that was the only thing I was doing. And somewhere in my head, I'm asking myself, is there a God on this planet? Because if there's a God, this does not make sense. Is this Christianity? Where is justice? How come nobody is listening to me? I'm saying that there's nothing wrong with me. I'm saying I'm not possessed. It is you that is hiding the truth. And every time I talk, they would say it is the demon that is talking. Eventually, when I came back, I just said, okay, you know what? I'm done with you guys shouting on my head. I want to go home. The next thing was Pastor Joseph kicked me. He kicked me the first time. The second time I jumped up. The third time he stood on my leg and he twisted me. Till today, I still have pain in my spine because of it. I don't think I've ever come and asked anybody to compensate me for the pain I have in my spine. Of course not. I kept quiet. And they were spitting in my mouth. They were dipping their hands in my ears. They were saying they are doing deliverance. You could see everything was sweaty. It was disgusting. His spit was entering my mouth. His sweat was falling in my mouth. I was just weeping and I'm like, let me go. Fine, you won. Just let me go. And because they knew that all these things they want to do, they don't want my parents to be there. They told my parents to leave for work so that they can do what they wanted with me. My sisters were there, they were just with me. All those things happen now. And the next thing, because I had just about had enough, I wanted to run away. And they held me. You know the way churches that you have all those youths in church, all those boys, they ran after me. They kicked me. I had bruises everywhere. When I was going to come to my senses, they tied me up with wire. Are they going to lie that they did not do it? They tied me up with Nigerian wire. As at that time, Pastor Wale was the assembly pastor for Olomore. They took me to the assembly pastor. That one was asking me to show him all my roommates. He wants to see them. That is the sign that I was possessed. I should see who my roommates are. I should see all of them. They are not even properly dressed. And I asked him, my hostel is Mozambique Hall, M109. So when I have 18 roommates, the OAU gave us 12 roommates, but you know those people that will come and squat and stuff. So we had 18 roommates or 19 roommates. So you're telling me that I will be telling my roommates what to wear? Of course, I have no control over that. We have Muslims, we have Christians in the room. And I told the man, I was not possessed. And he said, look at the way you're talking to me. It is the marine kingdom that is talking. I was so pissed off. And afterwards, my father came and they told my father that I needed serious deliverance. The next day, I ran away from home because the whole thing was just overwhelming. Unknown to me that the church, this same Pastor Mike, they even created a revival based on what happened to me. Come and see the girl that was possessed, that put a machete on the pastor. Because the God of MFM is doing wonders. So the next Sunday, the church was filled to the brim. They wanted to see me. The church was filled to the brim. Unfortunately, I was not there, and they convinced my parents that my parents taking me away from the church is not even helping me. It's going to make me worse. And my mom was even worried. My dad was confused. They were like, okay, fine, we'll go and bring that. If you say that will save her from the witchcraft. And my parents came to bring me. Wow. Oh, wow. Afterward, this whole thing went on, and they just wanted me to shut up. And I told them I'm not going to shut up. As at that time, I had this sister. She was in 500 level then. I call her Sister Fumi. She was in OAU law school. She heard about everything because I was so afraid. I was so alone. Most of the times, I was always crying. She came to pick me. As OAU was big, I was the only person in most. I was the only person in most in that hostel. And that thing went on. She came to pick me. She would be the only person to talk to me. I didn't have friends. I was so depressed. I was always in pain. I stopped going to class when the school resumed because the trauma did not leave me. I was always afraid of anybody touching me. I was afraid of having a relationship with anybody. I was afraid of doing things with anybody because I just did not want to go through that again. I was so scared. I contemplated suicide over and over. God knows I tried to kill myself on multiple occasions. You see all those mountains in OAU very close to alumni. I will go there in the middle of the night and I'll try to jump off. Somehow my foot will always touch the ground. It was always pissing me off. I just wanted to end it. Because at that point, you lose track of reality. What is reality? What is Christianity? Many times they will tell me that where you are from, you don't obey. But where we are from, we obey God. They made me feel like I was really possessed until I started to believe it. Eventually, because they knew the scandal will not go away, they made my dad the coordinator for the men in the church. So he then felt as if, everybody in your family is going to church, they are working for God, and you feel like the winch. You feel like the winch that is trying to bring down the body of Christ. And that's what they do a lot. When they know that you've caught them or they've done something bad to you and you're going to expose them, they will make sure that they separate you and your family. They will make sure that you and your family don't have a relationship. They will make sure that they draw your family members closer to them so that you can look like the fool. And they won. But because I was beginning to gradually understand what was happening to me, I just got used to loneliness. I got used to isolation. I got used to being on my own, to the point that it doesn't even bother me anymore. And after that, when I saw that all those things did not work, eventually this same Pastor Mike, I think he did it to other women too, and that was what exposed him. Eventually he did it to other women, and they caught him. And when they knew, okay, our people jumped. Afterwards, they came. They took Pastor Mike to Olomore and benched him there. They benched him at Olomore because they knew the scandal was not going away. Eventually, they brought in one Pastor Benga. I came to church before Pastor Benga, and I sat down, and Pastor Benga came to sit next to me. He looked to me like the normal creep, the way they look, and he was trying to be funny. And I'm like, I told him, please, can you please stand up? And I was like, what do you mean? I said, I don't want a pastor sitting next to me. Just stand up. I don't want drama. Just leave. Just don't even sit next to me. The next thing, they came to tell me, my commissioner came to tell me that she does not want me sitting next to any pastor because she does not want what happened to repeat itself again. That is when I was saying one pastor did something to me. And I was just laughing. I just went to, my mom noticed that I didn't even say anything. I just went to, I did not talk. I just picked my Bible and I left home. And my mom was asking me what happened. I said, I have nothing to say to you. Just leave me alone. Eventually, she asked me what happened. I said, go and ask your mistress what she meant, but she does not want me sitting next to any pastor. I came to sit down on that seat first. Your pastor came to sit next to me, but you are blaming me for sitting next to the pastor. You should blame him for sitting next to me. And that's how they were so good at turning narratives. Eventually, another pastor came, and I don't know how they did it, and they convinced my parents that they still need to take me for another deliverance. I was supposed to go to school that day. I'd already packed my things. I was ready to go. I noticed that I was going to eat because I love to eat donuts, the Ghanaian donuts. And I wanted to go and buy the Ghanaian donuts. And my mom was like, oh, don't eat the donuts yet. Just hold on. And next thing, they took me to the deliverance. That was when Pastor Tony was the pastor at that place. I don't know the area again, but after when you get to this junction, Manchester Junction, instead of going as if you are going to Alaga, you will take that route straight down. There's one church there. Opposite that big church, there's a woman that sells food like this. The road is not tarred. If it is tarred, it's probably tarred now. And they parked me there. And I'm like, what exactly am I doing there? And they said, you are going to be here for another deliverance. I said, excuse me, doing what? They said you have spirit husband. I swear to God, that was the first time I knew that you can be exhausted. Because for the first time, I did not have the energy to cry. I did not have energy to fight anybody. That was the first time I knew that people can be exhausted without talking. I just sat down, I was just looking like Dundee, and tears were just flowing from my eyes. Because at that point, if there's one person I hated the most in my life, it was God. I hated God with a passion. If God were to be a human being, I would strangle him. That was how much I hated God. I'm like, what exactly did you people just say? I'm going through this again. This thing again. This thing that led to all this chaos. You're telling me that I'm going through it again. And then Pastor Tony was the pastor there. And the pastor was kind. I'm not going to lie. He was very, very kind. He spoke kindly to me. And then he brought Olukoya'S book of Spirit Husband. And he said, they are trying to help you. All these things. Don't you dream that somebody is buying you things in the dream? Don't you dream that? I'm like, when I'm broke and I'm thinking of the things I want to buy when I have money, but I'm not going to dream of those things in the dream. But they convinced me that it's just 1 week. Let's just do it. Although the man was so nice to me, but they did not have they don't have this facility. So it was more of you in the mosquito. Mosquito will keep biting you. They just put you in a corner of the room. You are doing deliverance. Everybody. I was not the only person there, to be sincere. I had other people there. There were like 2 women there. Everybody came with their different problems. You pray and pray and pray in the middle of the night. You do your normal rodeo, and it was done. Eventually, this same Pastor Tony was then moved to Olomore as the regional pastor. But at that time, I had already lost interest in anything Christianity. I just did not want to have anything to do with God. Please don't even mention God next to me because it really scared me. But afterwards, you get to a point when you start to ask yourself, what is reality? What is truth? After all these things happened to me, eventually this same Pastor Mike, I think he did some things to other women and he got exposed and they had to bench him at Olumore. And then from benching him, he left the church. But before he left the church, at that time, Pastor Tony had been moved to Olumore as the regional pastor. And all of a sudden, Pastor Tony told my parents that he wanted to see me. But because I already met him before and we already had a good relationship, so I had offered to meet him. As at that time, I had gone through the healing process. I've been able to forgive myself for everything that happened. I've started like understanding life. I've developed the interest in reading a lot of books. And he was telling me that they want to apologize to me. They are sorry. Everything happened. That even just a couple of days ago, this same Pastor Mike was on that seat, the same place I was sitting, and they were talking some sense into his head. And they just want me to forgive everything and let it go. It is a sign of a good Christian. And I laughed. So I told them, I said, you know, I'm a Christian, quite all right. Through it all, you guys did everything to shake me and shake my faith in God. But I'm thanking God that somehow I found my footing. And I was able to, in fact, it even made me understand a lot of things, because this thing made me desire to learn and read more. I needed to understand all those things. And for the first time, I'm not offended. I'm offended that this thing happened, but I'm not offended at God. So if you guys are really, really sorry, for what happened, then you would write a formal letter. First, you would admit on this same Olumore pulpit, you would admit and tell every region under Olumore that the same girl that you people have given a bad name, she is innocent. You would tell them that everything that happened to me was because truly your pastor tried to essay me. So you would tell them that innocent, and you would tell them you are sorry. Afterwards, you would then write me a formal letter acknowledging that everything that happened to me was an error and you are sorry. And then they said, they cannot do that one, no, that it is above his station. I said, if you cannot do that one, then don't talk to me about forgiveness. Because all those people that you spread my news, you know how news spread fast in churches, that this girl is possessed, she did this. Every time I go to church, everybody's looking at me funny. How do you change that one? So you will strip me naked in public and give me t-shirts in the bedroom. It does not work. So I stood up and I told the man, that's my own conclusion. No, I'm forgiving you guys, but when it comes to that one, we are not square. If you want us to be square, write a formal apology. You messed my life up. So write a formal apology and we will be square. Eventually, the same assembly pastor, Pastor Wale, then became a pastor in our church. In the same Sabo, he became assembly pastor. He had a lot of bad memory with my dad. He was always trying to take advantage of my dad, like always trying to take money from him. They just saw my dad as this cash cow. Eventually, my dad said, nah, I'm done. I'm not your cash cow. I'm not just dropping money for you guys anymore. You guys just think you're foolish in this family. And my dad, they had a big fight. Many times he would insult my dad on a pulpit and they'll ask my mom to interpret because my mom was the interpreter. And every time they'll come and tell me those things, I would just laugh. I'm like, why are you guys talking to me about it? Maybe if people want to stay in the church, stay there now and enjoy anything that happened. It's none of my business. Eventually, this Pastor Wale will always come to our house to tell me to come to church. They'll be begging me, and Sister Bolu, the Lord has done it. I'm like, if I enter that your church, make a bed. Say waiting. I'm not doing, I'm done. Come and say waiting. Because at that point, I was already beginning to do my investigations and I was uncovering a lot of truths. But I could not talk about them because the things I was discovering was just too huge to admit. Like, you know, when you uncover a scandal bigger than the scandal that you think you're dealing with, and you are holding your mouth and saying, is this what I'm seeing? Is this real? So I kept quiet, but I kept on documenting the things I found. I would take my money, I would travel. I said, the first thing I wanted to understand is, what is life? What is the purpose of life? What is Christianity? How did Christianity came to be? I was going back in time, going back in history, uncovering how MFM came to be, all these things, all these lies, all these scams, and it just kept unraveling. But most importantly, I needed to understand the whole mystery about spirit husband and spirit wife, because that was what really affected me and I needed answers. And I uncovered a lot of crazy scandals. Crazy lies from the pit of hell, crazy things that had no scriptural backing to, as if these people just came and started inventing new evils and they were giving it names. I would go through the scriptures again. And I said that was not enough. Most importantly, I started going to mugs. I started buying books on human anatomy. I would go to mugs, and it was so funny. I told them, please, I just want to see a human cadaver. Like, can you show me where this is? Can you show me where this is? Because I wanted to be sure, beyond the science textbook, beyond the anatomy textbooks, I wanted to be sure. All my room was filled with books. I had to go rent a big apartment because a lot of things I was studying would look silly to people, and I didn't want anybody asking me questions. So I had to like rent a big apartment for myself. I was studying books, buying books, and along the line, I also was running a business. And you just carry that scar with you. But in the course of my investigation, I realized that MFM left a lot of broken people in his wake. MFM left a lot of disheartened people in his wake. A lot of people that have died that you will not even hear about. A lot of people that have lost their lives. A lot of people that it just does not make sense. So you start going through I started going through the sermons one by one, and I started to laugh. I started to ask questions. So while I was doing that, one day I then called this Benga, and I told him, Benga, I want to ask you some questions. I need closure. It was like, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Because at that time Benga was married, and he was like always trying to apologize for the past. So I said, I need closure. I need to ask you some questions. And he said, fine. So we talked about everything that happened, and he was just begging me and saying, Bolu, it is all in the past. Let it go. It's just happened. We know we all messed up. Let it go. I said, it's not about you guys messing up now. I actually need closure. I need to stop, because sometimes I will just wake up in sweat. I'll just wake up in sweat. I will start having nightmares. I said, I just need closure. So that 15-year-old girl I could not protect, I need answers. I need to be able to understand that this thing did actually happen. And he said, okay, I will answer your question.
Guys, right, while she's away for a minute, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? So this is the rot. This is the rot in what we call the church. For those of you who don't know, this is one of the biggest churches in Nigeria. A lot has been exposed. A lot is being exposed, but because these people have money, so voices get shut. They pay people to go keep quiet. They accuse innocent people, but you see, and this is where I feel like these preachers, I wish that they will see that the pain you've caused others, see what that pain has resulted into. I mean, I don't wish that she's had to go through this, but now.
Sorry, Afro. Can you give us a summary of what happened to her for those of us that came in?
I'm hearing this story myself for the first time. All I know, for Sami, is she is on YouTube, right? I've put her link in this is how I met her. I just saw someone, talking about Olukoya, and I thought, okay, I saw several videos, and I thought, let me go and take my time and just let's see what she's talking about. And I listened to someone giving dates, giving time, giving very thorough in their breakdown, investigative. When I say investigative journalism, it is so thorough. And I thought, wow, I'm listening to this person, right? And I'm thinking, she sounds like somebody who's got something to say. And she was the one who actually inspired me to go and look further into this guy, right? And then start realizing that this guy is actually, this is one of the people that has damaged a lot of the people, our people. Because in Nigeria, he's known as the prayer man, right? Fire prayers. You guys, if you are Nigerian, right? When they mention Olukoya or MFM, what comes to mind? Is it not die by fire?
Fire.
Die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. That nonsense prayer.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm back. I had to go look for the recording. I'm so sorry. I had to go look for the recording. You see, the reason why I came out to start to talk is not because I'm trying to look for trouble, but there's a need to warn people. There's a need to warn parents to make sure that their kids are being kept away from these perverts. And all these things I'm doing was because I discovered that this whole rot did not start from all these pastors at the branch. It did not start from all these pastors at the region. It started from the head itself. It started from the head itself. And because there is no check and balance, is the reason why it keeps trickling down. It keeps trickling down, and everybody just feels like they can just come and claim this title of being called a Christian, and they can just start taking people one by one because what? You've called yourself a man of God. You know, all those while they always tell me that, and the Bible says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. I hated that verse, Psalm 105 verse 15. If there's one verse I hate most in my life with passion, it is Psalm 105 verse 15. The moment you mention it, I want to kill you. Because you tell me, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. And I ask you, because there was a time I always told God that God is the king of terrorists. It is in him that thieves and jobless people find their safe haven. But the funny thing is, when you look at that Bible verse, Psalm 105 verse 15, that says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm, it was not referring to a selected few. But somehow, these people have been able to come and make everything into a weapon to oppress and assault and hurt and torture people. And for the first time, I realized that I was no longer that girl that was always afraid, that would weep when you curse me out. I was no longer that girl that would be afraid. I'll be begging you, please don't hurt me. I just don't give a damn. As long as I stand on the side of truth, we die here. And that's what I've been telling them. I'm not afraid of lawsuits. So the recording of me weeping was what really ushered this whole mess, and that was what got me pissed off. So for the first time I saw Mrs. Funke Ashekun, I just came across a YouTube video, and I listened to it. Before that time, I already listened to Femi Jimo, and I was like, wow. So a lot of people have actually suffered under this church. And I reached out to her, and when we were talking,
my sister, Femi Jimo, that's the man that went to jail for how many years?
9 years.
A man went to jail for 9
all because years. He claimed that he saw a pastor, one of his Olukoya'S men at Anabali's house, and the next thing was jail. And he was not the only person. The only thing is, he's the only person allowed to tell, alive to tell the story.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It was found guilty. Simple. Go to.
He was not found guilty, actually.
Intimidation. That's all it is.
Intimidation. Years for what?
Intimidation.
And if you were saying there's nothing wrong with that, the way the rule of law works, if you have accused somebody, the person is supposed to go to court, the person is supposed to spend 9 years in jail. It's wrong.
It's wrong.
And if you've not gone back, go back and check the case. The court awarded damages to Femi Jimo.
Going to pay the damages. We are not going to pay. That's simple.
So Dennis, we
will never pay the damages.
You're not able to be
honest. The court awarded damages to Femi Jimo for the abuse of the process.
Yes, but we are not going to pay the damages.
That's
you cannot do nothing about it.
One second. One second.
Can I say this? Can I say this?
If you want us to pay the damages, let's go to court.
Dennis, listen, right? You say you people are not going to pay. It's okay. Let me tell you, the fact that you guys have acknowledged that this thing, right? This thing has happened. I am telling you, it is going to be detrimental to your MFN. Watch it happen. This is just going to be the destruction of MFM. Don't pay. It's okay.
Afro, I'd like to say something, please.
People have been trying to bring
right. So Dennis, no, you won't do this. Dennis, no, you won't do this. I would like to point out something. When she met,
what happened, though? What happened? What happened?
No, I'm here. I think it was a network.
Yeah, I think it's a network, yeah.
You know, the funny thing is, so somehow, it is one thing that actually caught my attention about this church is how it is so easy to hurt other people, but somehow you stand on the ground of, we don't care whose ox is God. That is not Christianity. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Any religion that will contradict the existing rule of law of any country is not Christianity. Even the Bible tells us to obey all laws. My question here is, if you're going to accuse somebody of something and your right has been breached, or your safety has been abused, or anything, or you have been defamed, fine, you have a right to seek redress in court. But when you are seek redress in court and somebody ends up spending 9 years without seeing the courtroom, and eventually the person sees the courtroom and the court discharges the person and acquits the person, the man has his judgment. That was the first thing that actually interested me in this whole MFM issue. This man was discharged and acquitted of all charges. He has the judgment. I've never spoken to Femi Jimo before, but I saw the judgment on the judgment he presented on this Yoruba TV or Yoruba Gid or whatever it is they call it. And I found it interesting as a lawyer that how does this get to happen in a sane society? Because by law, if you arrest somebody today, you have 24 or 48 hours to either give the person bail or charge the person to court. How can somebody spend 9 years? Is that not gross abuse of power? And eventually, the court awarded damages to Femi Jimo. And here you are as a Christian. You did not even bother to ask to whom was the damages required to be paid off. You don't even know who the court requested to pay the damages. And the only thing you can say is, we are not going to pay the damages. Who is we?
Dennis,
the MFM.
Dennis, you need to stop. Dennis, you're insensitive for my liking right now.
The moment where any religion...
Yes, a human being. And you, Dennis, you're going to be here and talk about we are not going to pay. Don't pay. Don't pay. The
moment any religion comes and says we don't care about the rule of law, then something is off. Something is wrong. It ceases to be a religion. The day Christianity comes and parade this thing as a norm, then people should go against Christianity and burn Christianity to the ground because it ceases to be Christianity.
Exactly.
And that was what was off for me. Like, I'm like, how is this normal? There are people, it is only Femi Jimo that was alive to tell the tale. I recorded a video today, I've just not posted it, of a man that died. They claimed that this man, they caught him on CCTV, he stole money. And the next thing was, they took him to the police station, he was tortured, they took him to the hospital, and he was dead. And conveniently, right after that, his wife died, and his daughter died. End of story. And this is like a repeating pattern. And it is only when you are alive to tell the story that you can tell your story now. And a lot of things that I started to look at the fact of the case, and I'm like, this is really, really messed up. At this point, this is really, really messed up. And for that reason, I said, no, I need to say something. So when I reached out to Mrs. Funke Ashekun, I just wanted to tell her that, okay, fine, you're on the right track. This thing did happen to me. And afterwards, she said, do you mind coming on my page to share your story? I said, why not? If it's going to make people stay clear and be very, very careful. I'm not asking people not to go to church, but go to church with your common sense. Don't leave your brain at home. Protect your children. And then when I was talking with her, I sent her a video of the day the final, like I've been having all these pieces I'm collating together, and the final pieces, because I went for therapy at the point. I thought I was going crazy.
I was going to ask you whether
I
sought help.
Yes, I went for therapy, and I was asking my therapist, are you sure I'm not going crazy? She said, you're normal, you don't even show the symptoms of schizophrenia, because I thought I had schizophrenia. And afterwards, when I finally found all those answers, for the first time, I broke down. I broke down because I was able to see the picture clearly. It was no longer fragments. I could see the entire picture, and I saw where the whole problem started from. So that was a funny thing. In my heart, I still thought that there was a conscience inside of Olukoya. I thought there was a conscience inside of him. So I was going to make that video. I couldn't even complete the video. I was just weeping. So I just posted it. And when I was talking to Mrs. Funke Ashekun, I said, this was the video I made. And I even thought I was going to get to send it to him, but I never even got to send it to him because I realized that it is beyond redemption. She was the one that shared that video. I never did. I have to be stupid to come and start sharing a video of myself weeping when I know who I am. I used to be the secretary of Southwest Association of Vegetable Farmers and Sellers in Nigeria. So why would I be sharing a video of myself crying? I used to be the ambassador of Nigeria when it came to FESAWA, a project funded by USAID. So why would I be sharing a video of myself weeping? Am I trying to ruin my own career myself? And all of a sudden, I understand where she was coming from. I think the video broke her too, and she just wanted people to see the pain on the victims of MFM.
Is that video still available?
Oh, it's in circulation. Believe me, that video haunts me.
Where is it? Is it on Funke?
Yeah, it's on her page. He's on her page, he's on Twitter, he's on Instagram. And the next thing I saw was some of the MFM men, or should I say the MFM
those people are vicious. Those MFM
they started sharing those videos, and they were telling the world that I was a mentally deranged person in need of psychiatric care.
I was one of them.
Yeah, you were one of them. Good.
Dennis, fuck you.
They were sharing it.
You're not surprised.
They even tagged reporters actually, saying that I was in need of psychiatric care. And I said, as God liveth and his spirit is alive, this is the last straw. You're not going to go away with this. So I called my legal team and I said, how about one person, just one person, you would prove to the court that I'm insane. So I called my legal team. They filed the first man, Samuel Jolo, show a letter. They filed him a pre-action notice warning him to withdraw all these circulations. Instead, he left the country and was insulting my legal team, saying that my legal team is crazy, my legal team is akpari. He went around telling people that I'm crazy. And you know, one thing about law is that you don't make noise.
Is it possible? Dennis here said he was one of them. Is it possible we might get his details, right? This
I've not even seen his
my full name.
He's about to tell us. What is your full name, please?
Hello, guys. My name is Dennis. My full name is Dennis Jola. I'm waiting for your lawsuit.
Oh, yeah, the one.
Yes,
he's the one.
You know him.
He's the one. Good. He's the one I'm actually suing.
I'm waiting for your lawsuit.
Say that again. Say that again. You said he's the one that did.
I'm not going to repeat myself.
He's the one I'm suing.
Sorry, Dennis, hold on. What did you say, my love? I didn't hear you.
He's the one I'm actually suing, actually. He already got his pre-action notice, so my legal team is
suing him.
Yes, I am.
All right. So
I didn't want to say who he was earlier, how he knew
what I'm going to do, I've taken him down, right? Because I wouldn't want both of you interacting. Yeah, please, moderators, do not bring up Dennis anymore. Yeah, because if they're having a court case, there's no point in them having that exchange, right? And no wonder he's so invested, in this particular conversation. Yeah, but yes, I was going to say, look at him so boldly, with his full chest. It's one of them. Okay.
So he's the one I'm actually suing. It's a good thing. Actually, that's the good thing. So I can just attach this live video also. And it's a very good thing. Thank you, Dennis Jolasho. God bless you. So back to what I was saying. You can see how this whole thing just happened. They try to make it look as if anybody that comes up and says anything is crazy. So when this whole thing was happening, my husband wanted to actually confirm some things. He really wanted to understand what was going on. So I called my ex-boyfriend and I told him my husband was on the phone and I was going to record the conversation, that he should explain those things that happened. So I'm going to be playing the recording. I've never played it to anybody before. I'll play the recording right now for you all to listen.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear this? Okay. Is it okay if I talk to her so that she doesn't think anything? Let me talk to her. Let me talk to her and apologize for anything.
Okay, I want to talk to her.
Then let me just talk to her. I just want to. My husband is here. He just wants to. I don't show me if you should understand what I'm trying to say.
I do.
So let me just.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hello. I told her already. I wanted to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah. I seek my consent for calling your number.
Okay. So my husband is here right now. So my husband is here right now.
Okay.
So concerning the book I told you I was writing, he saw my manuscript and he saw that I made reference to you, a lot of things that happened. He said I should not put anybody's name. So
okay.
I did exactly what you told me. Babe, say hi.
Hi, how are you? Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
From all the things I hear, I think where the support is coming from is from your parents.
It's just me trying to come up with things you men. So that's why I said I was going to call you, if that's okay, to talk about it. So, do you want me to start or do you want to start? Which one?
Do you mean I should talk to him or you be the one talking?
Okay. Should I bring up the things that happen? If there's anything that I've lied about, you can tell him, because I don't want... I don't want to speak Yoruba so that I don't look as if I'm trying to
talk about the deliverance.
Yeah, the deliverance.
I just want to know about the deliverance, if that's true, if that guy did what he actually did.
Bolu, just 1 second.
All right.
Just pause for a minute. Just pause for a minute, Bolu.
Okay.
Your husband, he doesn't sound Nigerian, no?
Well, he's not Nigerian. No, he's not.
Is he Irish? You sound like an Irishman.
Yeah, he's Irish.
Okay, so that sounded like an Irish accent. Okay, please continue.
All right.
That is true. Bolu is right about what she actually wrote on that book. That is exactly what's happened.
Okay. I mean, I was pretty sure she was telling the truth. I just want to be sure because, that's pretty crazy.
That we want to true about maybe the spiritual stuff is maybe she's right about that or not.
Yeah, if I was sent for sweet husband deliverance, if I put out a machete on a pastor, all those things, you couldn't believe it.
Okay. That is exactly what happened.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Crazy. Wow. All right, man. Yeah, that's pretty much I wanted to know. That's all.
Hello?
Hello, Minga.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to know.
You mean you carry your husband along about all these things?
Why will I not carry my husband along? Okay, how do you get for me?
We really understand.
See, okay, let me put it this way. A lot of times when we do things and we don't inform our spouse, that is when you start having issues. You saw my manuscript, actually.
Oh, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Like, it's not going to affect our marriage at all. I just, it sounds so crazy to me because I'm not used to that kind of culture. So I just wanted to make sure.
He went for deliverance. They told him to go for deliverance too. She did not go for deliverance too.
Really?
I do. Exactly. You are very much right, Akin. Yes, I do. I went for deliverance as well.
They said I infected him with spirit wife problem.
Did they? If you don't mind me asking, did they do anything to you, like bad? You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I just,
Actually, then we kind of, I would say maybe we are not as exposed. Then the level of our knowledge, like we are not wise enough then. Yeah, but now we can actually, design things on our own. Most of what we were taught as in church then, we kind of we believe what we were taught then.
Yeah.
Spirit husband and spirit wife.
Wow.
Hello. That was then actually.
Yeah.
And that was in, and I believe I told Bolu Atifi as well that that was when we were both in kind of maybe when we were not that exposed enough, when we don't understand things enough, but now we can actually kind of fathom some right about that. But that has gone actually.
Okay.
Actually. Yeah.
Cool.
But all that she told you, that is exactly what happened.
Wow.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me
about the spirit husband.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
Talk about it,
Thank
actually.
you.
About the spirit husband, about the spirit husband is about why a pastor tied her down, about the way she was being, everybody looks maybe she was possessed. I was in there, not now. Yes. They kind of look, everybody's kind of, this girl, she must have, maybe she's a witch or a spiritual man is after her. All those kind of things. Yeah.
The cutlass, the don't bring cutlass to church.
Yes, exactly. Yes. That was the time she took cutlass to church, and she wanted to even kind of she wanted to kind of she was so aggressive then.
Get revenge.
Yeah. But everything she wrote, that's exactly what happened.
Wow, that's pretty sad. Jesus Christ.
That was my ex-boyfriend, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So that was the conversation between my husband and my ex-boyfriend concerning everything that happened. But one thing I noticed is that they always want people to cover up. They don't want anything they do. They don't want anybody to talk about it. They don't even want anybody to even bring it up. And that's the way they have been able to take advantage of people time and time again. Only when people shut up, that's when they take more victims. That's when they take more people. That's when they ruin more lives. And that's when they destroy more families. And all of a sudden, I'm talking about it again, 15 years after, and they're still calling me a mentally deranged person. Is this supposed to be a joke? Afro-atheist, that's all I have for you guys.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think what I wanted to know is, so what okay, no, I shouldn't ask that question. I was going to ask, so what made you now decide, okay, I'm going to do this expose? Because the way you've decided to go into it, my opinion is, by the time you are done with whatever it is you're doing on your YouTube channel, Olukoya cannot recover. Olukoya cannot recover by the time you are done, because what you are doing, it is. I still watched your video, the one yesterday, where you showed where Olukoya lied. You talked about anatomy, physiology, and all those things, where he lied about the bulletproof vehicle. As soon as I heard him speaking, I automatically knew that this man has pulled up a bogus story just to try and tell people, look, this car, I didn't buy it with your money, right? I just knew there was something bogus about that story that was on Auntie Aduni's page.
Yeah.
How can you guys, people, listen to this one. Olukoya shared in his church. He said a woman wanted to have baby. She couldn't have baby or something like that. And then she went for a scan. She finally got pregnant, went for a scan. And they did the scan. And the people doing the scan started scrambling up and down. Oh, what's going on? The baby had no head. The baby had no head. Then they now picked their phone. They now called Olukoya, right? They called this man. Let me put him back up there. They called him. And he said to them, okay. He said, go and get water. Was it water? Bolu, was it water?
Yeah, it was manna water. He told them to get water.
It's manna water?
Yeah, he prayed on the water. That's manna water.
So these people are far away from him. And he prayed on top of the water, right? I don't know what they did with the water. I don't know. She drank it. They
drank it, and the baby's head came back.
The baby jumped from head.
From 6 weeks to 40 weeks.
The baby's missing head came back from wherever it went. And then this man said, when the father of the baby, because he's a diplomat or something like that, I think somewhere, the father of the baby now said, because of this thing that you have done, all he did was pray on the phone over water, right? The man bought him a bulletproof vehicle that is as big as a living room.
Okay, let me tell you the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. You see, when you look at Nigeria, you realize that there's a symbiotic relationship between politicians and these religious leaders.
Mm-hmm.
The religious leaders need the politicians to be greedy to do a bad job so that they can continuously take advantage of people. And the politicians need the pastors to continuously keep people under so that they would never even notice that their problem is even their politicians. For example, there are some prayer points that you can pray in Nigeria that will not work in USA. You cannot pray for someone in USA to come and pray for approval of visa. They will ask you, are you okay? Because their life is okay already. You cannot pray to somebody to pray for a miracle car when they know where to go and get their car.
Or to pray for NEPA to bring light.
For NEPA to bring light. So I realized that when I told you I was always searching for answers. It was so confusing. And then realized that we had 74 million Christians in Nigeria, according to the last 2023 census, or is it 2021 census they did, or 2003 census. And I was asking God, how?
Bolu, I'm sorry. Amma, please come up. You were here earlier on. I want to hear from you. You said, but it is not Olukoya that did it. I have had the same experience as a child, but I run from that pastor. Amma, please, you were up here. Please come back up. I really want to have a conversation with you because I want to know, did you hear the things that Olukoya himself has done? Right? So please just hold on. Just hold on. Amma, let's Bolu finish.
When you look at the way the whole spirit husband is coined, where did they get it from? Who started this teaching on spirit husband and spirit wife? Was it not Olukoya? Who started all these ministries on spirit husband and spirit wife? Was it not Olukoya? How many schools of teaching?
Was it him that started it? In Nigeria,
they have school of teaching
in Nigeria, in Nigeria, maybe, but there's something called the succubus and incubus, right?
Yes, I understand. The incubus and succubus. When you actually read all these
twist.
I know. When you read all these occultic books on the process of incubus and succubus, because I had to go and read it myself, it is nothing like what Olukoya is teaching. You can't just be a Christian and all of a sudden you are doing incubus and succubus. I just don't want to start going into the occult today. It's disgusting. But there's this way that they must always connect everything. It's like you are taking the hair from your head with the hair from your vagina, you are joining it together and calling it pubic hair. And for that reason, there's just this way that evil continues. It starts from the head, it rots from the head, and it trickles down. And for that reason, it is just normal for people to do so much evil. And all of a sudden, you see all these young boys, all these unemployed miscreants. The next thing is they want to go and set up a church.
Exactly.
The next thing is God has called them. Even the ones that find God's miscall, they will say God has called them. And I started to look at Nigeria. In fact, instead of things to get better, it's not even getting better, it is getting worse. Every 5 minutes you walk in Nigeria, you will find a church. Just walk from here. Count 5 minutes. From that place you stopped, you will find a church. But the funny thing is, instead of you to see the fruit of the so-called Christianity that's supposed to make the world a better place, instead, what you see is unadulterated chaos. So much that these people, they have PhDs telling lies. Sometimes some people try to outdo one another in their lies. For example, you are saying that there is a poly bag in somebody's vagina. Now, I've heard that story from other pastors before, but I came to the reality that how come if you forget a piece of cotton wool in a woman's womb, the woman will have septic shock. But conveniently, you people know how to take things from this physical realm and you claim it is spiritual. How can a witch in the spirit realm hold a poly bag when the poly bag is actually a physical object? And did you swallow the poly bag or did they insert it from under your vagina? How can a poly bag remain in your womb for 9 months? And I realized that there's a need for people to actually go and study to be able to differentiate, because the first thing I noticed that the best way to lie is to hide everything under the spirit realm. That's the best place. You hide anything under the spirit realm, you are safe. And I have to ask myself, where is the spirit realm? What is the spirit realm? What is the big chaos about the spirit realm? It just doesn't make sense. And I realized that a lot of people are being taken advantage of. There's this recording somebody sent to me of a child weeping, requesting of her father's inheritance. The father left a big house and the mother would not even spare a single room because what? They gave all the house to Olukoya. And the child is asking the mom, why can't I just have a room in my father's house? And they are saying, Gio has traveled, he's not around. And I'm asking myself, what kind of evil is this? And conveniently, there's always a pattern. There's always, you start seeing people doing videos, you start seeing people doing character assassination. And lo and behold, I saw on Naira Land, the first thing they did to that girl was they did a character assassination. where they assassinated her character and said she's unruly, she's the evil child, she's the black sheep of the family. Olukoya had nothing to do with it. And I'm like, what kind of church turns parents against their children, children against families? You will see a lot of things. There are chats of Olukoya demanding people to bring their wives for Corridor Deliverance. If not, there is no story.
My goodness.
Against their will. I've showed the chat on my channel over and over. And I'm like, help me make it make sense.
Guys, you guys must follow her on YouTube because
a lot of people are suffering in silence. A lot of people are going through chaos. And I'm like, am I going to live my life because I'm afraid that they are going to pick on me again? When I know that I can see things clearly. I can, because of my legal background, I can see things clearly. I've been through this before. I've discovered their modus operandi. I've discovered their method of attack. So I know when they are coming. I know where they are coming from, and I know how to prepare myself. The worst thing, at first, it was all forms of curses on this planet. At a point, they got tired. The next thing is, God is coming soon. God will judge you. And I'm saying, fine, God is not handicapped. Don't fight for God. Let God treat my fuck up. If this is me versus God, let God punish me. If God does not punish me, then fuck off. Because I don't understand how a God will stand and watch this rubbish you're doing. Because this is not Christianity. You people are just pastorpreneurs. When they saw that did not work out fine, then they came again and said, she know that the Bible says you should forgive. And I'm saying, if the Bible says you should forgive, then tell your pastor to withdraw all the lawsuits. And the ones that his pastors have done. For example, there's a case going on. The man does not want to talk to me, and that's what hurts me. I today, Richard, this guy was sent to prison by another pastor's wife. All because they said he said something that wanted to kill the person's child. Conveniently, when they did not have a good case, they amended the charge to cyberbullying. This person that sued someone for cyberbullying has a Facebook page for a year and a half. The only thing this woman does is cyberbully and curse people. They cyberbullied widows. I seen some of our WhatsApp recordings.
Yeah, I've seen some of the things that one has been saying. One foolish woman like this.
And yet, you are the one suing people for cyberbullying. Make it make sense. There's something about that church. The moment you become a part of them and you allowed yourself to be hypnotized, you will lose everything that makes sense. It's not being about God. Because there's one thing that Christianity says: as I have loved you, love you one another. How will you love somebody and you will hurt them this much? How can you claim you're a spiritual father and you will not stop putting your flocks in jail? And yet you tell me to forgive. You don't even follow what you say. But what hurts me the most is the numbers of people that have lost their life and nobody has even heard about them. And yet again, you would see they are saying that the gate of hell shall not prevail. It is not about the gate of hell shall not prevail. Nobody is above the law. The rule of law is equality before the law. Supremacy of the law and the fundamental human rights. How can your church member be having a conversation with another person and you got access to it and you are threatening that person? Just because you typed. You called the person. I played the audio for everybody to see.
It's all on your YouTube. I've put the link to your YouTube in both on YouTube and on TikTok. Bolu, I want to speak to Amma just for a minute, please.
Okay, no.
Amma, are you a member of MFM?
Yeah, I'm a member of MFM, but
How many years have you been a member?
This is my 6th month, but my experience was not from MFM. It was from
No. I'm asking about MFM. You being in MFM, what was it that took you to MFM?
I'm not really a church type actually, because even my husband is not a church person. I just feel sometimes I'll just go to church, do worship, hear word of God, and come back. I don't connect to any pastor or anybody. I just go, sit down, do church, and come back. Nobody knows me.
What do you know about Olukoya?
Okay, my own experience, like I said, is not from MFM.
No, I'm not asking about that yet. What do you know about Olukoya for you to defend him? You were defending him in the comments.
I was not actually defending him. It was based on what she was saying. Okay. She was talking about another person, not Olukoya. That's what I'm saying, that we should just base on the person she's talking to. Because
hold on.
I have had the experience before.
Bolu has done very thorough work on Olukoya himself. She has every right to speak on Olukoya. There are things that that man has done that he himself has confirmed, right? That yes, he did those things. They are evil. They are. Have you heard of Corridor Deliverance?
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts about Corridor Deliverance?
See, I don't really mind because these people are going there. Nobody is forcing them.
You don't mind?
Yeah, because nobody carries them there. They're the one going there.
Ama, what did you hear about Corridor Deliverance? Maybe we have different stories about it.
Please, I don't want to go into that. I just want to tell you that may I have the same experience as that.
Okay,
and
can you summarize it? No, sorry, 1 second, Ama, for you to say like what you just said. Maybe you feel differently about it than I feel, than Afro feels, than Bolu feels, right? Do you think they're good experiences?
They are not, because I have the same experience as her. But what I'm saying is that the thing came from her parents. Her parents did not stood up for her. She's having all this, and her parents is still telling her to go to that same church.
Ama, please. One thing we will not do, I beg you, let's not victim blame. Let's not start putting things. Her parents did not defend her, and this and that. This lady took her time and shared her story, right? She shared she was nearly S8. And the first thing you can talk about is her parents not defending her. Let's not do that. I beg of you. Let's not do that, right? Let's put the blame where it lies. What kind of parent? Think about it. If you are a parent who is a follower and a member of this church, right? And you are caught between your child and your preacher. Some parents, right? It must have been very hard for them. I'm not saying that the actions were right, but the one thing I wouldn't do is put to victim blame, because they are victims as well.
Afro, I would like to point out, Afro, I would like to point out she's been on here in the comments and even here defending Olukoya, whom she doesn't know. Why would the parents act any different? They're like you, indoctrinated. Mm-hmm. They don't see how this could be perpetrated by the people that they look up to, like you. You've just said Olukoya didn't do anything, so why is he on here? And you don't know this man personally. Even people that know people personally tend to move away because you don't stay with them 24/7, so you can't vouch for anyone truly. So if you can see yourself defending him, why can't her parents defend him? I want you to sit on that for a second, okay? So like Afro is saying, no victim blaming here, please. It's infuriating.
Yeah, let's have the conversation. Let's talk about what has happened, right? Put the blame where it lies, right? The one who tried to essay her, he's walking around just, free, right? Gaslighting, convincing her to delete the evidence that she had, right? What about all those things? Now you talk about her parents, right? So anyway, Ama, now I want to know from you, based on the things that you have heard, are you still confident to go to MFM?
See, yeah, I can't use another person's problem to mine because I have this same experience when I'm small. I simply said now that I go to church, not because it's MFM or something. I just go there and worship God, not seeing any pastor or anybody.
How do you know God is accepting your worship in that place?
How do I know?
Yes, because
I'm not doing it for anybody. I'm doing it for myself to build my own spiritual life.
Ama, hold on. Let me show you. Do you know that some group of ladies came together and did a protest against Daniel Olukoya and MFM? Do you know that? They did a protest. They held their placards. And why? To protect ladies, to protect women, to protect the people that, the vulnerable people that are in this church, Ama. Let me see if I can find that video. Let's see. I think it was on Sister Funke Ashiku, and I've just seen Sister Funke Ashiku in the comments. Good evening, my lady. Let's see. It was Olukoya. I think it was Olukoya. It was a protest. Right. Okay. Give me a second. Let's. I want you to listen. Right. Maybe this might change your mind. Women like yourself, went out to go and protest. One sec. Just give me a second, please.
Advocacy Network marches to the headquarters of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NATIP. The women are protesting rising cases of sexual abuse in worship centers in Nigeria. They presented a petition against the leading church, Mountain of Fire Ministries, MFM, alleging sexual harassment by the General's Overseer, Daniel Olukoya. They want NATIP to investigate the matter.
We have mothers, we have daughters, we have girls everywhere, but I can only imagine how a pastor will harass a girl or molest a girl. He has a wife, he has a daughter, he has sisters. If such things should happen to his own family members, how will he feel? I call it barbaric act. This is done. You have a big role to play. This responsibility is up to you as well. Please do something before the image of the church will be destroyed. Before the image of women will be destroyed. We are tired.
Again, profits lawsuits as potential abuse of judicial processes. Number 5, engage religious bodies. Demand clarity from the Christian Association of Nigeria, which is CAN, on Olukoya membership and accountability.
Some alleged victims who had left the shores of the country spoke to AIT on their experiences and want the matter to be investigated properly.
Who looks into the activities, they audit their accounts. I mean, there's check and balances. You can't just leave people. There will be abuse of power. I mean, many of these pastors, they are the founders. Nobody can ask them questions, and they just act recklessly.
Services pastors, I see myself as a pastor that gave a someone that ruined my life. And I was young, but I was a Muslim actually. My Muslim name is Aisha.
So the two voices, the lady you just seen, she's right here. Sister Funke Ashiku, welcome. This lady has been put through the ringer by this church. I still remember watching with what's her name, Maureen. Remember when you first left to the US? Your son was ill at the time. Yeah. I remember all those stories, right? I remember all of that. But just for some time, because Olukoya was never really my interest. I just, but just recently, it was Bolu that got me onto. I said, well, this guy, hey. And now come to find out that the thing is, what's going on here? So please, Sister Funke Ashiku, I appreciate what you're doing. And thank you for being here. Please say something, especially to the lady Amma, right? And to all the other people that are listening, that are sitting, Olukoya. Olukoya he is an evil man. He is an evil man. And on here, we will continue to prove that he is an evil man. He's a liar, he's a scammer, he's a charlatan, he is a thief.
And much more.
And much more. A predator.
Yeah. Thank you very much for accepting my request to join. I'm calling it because of Amma. Yeah, I'm calling it because of people like Amma. So Amma, if you're listening, I just want to explain some things to you. I've spoken with a lot, let me not say a lot, some, but I know a lot of Olukoya'S corridor victims. You said they carried themselves there. True, they walked into Olukoya'S counseling room, but not to be fingered. They went there innocently to ask for prayers. Some of them had financial needs, like the single mothers, looking for sponsorship and a lot of things. But at the corridor, they experienced, they are still experiencing it anyway. A lot of sexual assaults, molestations. And let me tell you the common narrative from the victims I've spoken with. Do you know they want to leave, but they can't because Olukoya is a dangerous man. In fact, there's one of them in London. Somebody is in the UK and she's still afraid to speak out because her children are in Nigeria. And she keeps telling me, Olukoya will kill them. You see those corridor victims, they know Olukoya more than we do. They are in his office most of the times on those counseling days. Some of them from morning till evening, they close with Olukoya or shortly before Olukoya closes. So they listen to his conversations, phone conversations. They are there even sometimes when those OPC, the alleged, apart from the OPCs, the alleged assassins that Olukoya uses, sometimes they are there when they come, they hear their conversations. Somebody like Debbie knows Olukoya in and out. There was a time I got an international passport for Debbie just to escape for her life. So don't say they carry themselves there. My dear, they want to leave, but they can't leave because your GO, okay, your Olukoya is a murderer. And I'm saying that with my full chest. I can give you names of people that have died mysteriously, and I've spoken to them, to their family members. Some were poisoned. I'm talking of pastors, leaders in that church. A lot has happened. Which lady want to go to a counseling room where by the time you leave, at the end of the day, you have scars, marks on your private parts, on your breasts. There was one of them that sent me a picture. You would think that she suffered domestic abuse. Her face was swollen. A part of her face, maybe left side or right side, I can't remember now. She couldn't step out of her house for 2 weeks because people would ask her questions according to her, and she didn't know the explanation to give. She only went to the hospital. She would drive in her car to the hospital, come back, and she sent that picture. She took a picture and forwarded it to Olukoya that, look at what you did to me today. And she said for those 2 weeks, Olukoya never asked her, how far? Okay, she was texting him. I went to the hospital. Even he never asked her, okay, how was it? Have you received treatment or even sent money for treatment? They are afraid for their lives. And that's why they keep going by, because even if they don't want to, Debbie said any day she refused going to that corridor, Olukoya will send his personal driver to come and pick her up in the house. So what do you want them to do? Amma, that's your general overseer for you. He's a mafia. He's not a man of God. And I'm surprised that you as a lady, you can talk like that. Is it because you are not yet a victim? Can't you fight for your gender? You said you know what goes on in the corridor. You yourself today, you said what is going on there is not good. And you can still come publicly and call Olukoya your pastor. Are you a Christian? The Bible says by their fruit we shall know them. The fruit Olukoya displays, the testimonies, I'm sure you must have watched me. I've played victims' nudes. I've played that of Debbie. I've played that of TJ Suni on my page. I had to bring them down because they kept reporting me to YouTube, and YouTube was giving me strike, and they said they would put down my page. That was why I stopped.
Mr. Funke,
yes.
For the people that don't really know, so with this corridor deliverance, this man has convinced these women that there's something wrong with them. I've heard things like there's a snake inside their womb and all these things, right?
Yes.
And so he has the healing powers. And
you know how he lures them into that corridor. When they get there, some of them, they didn't go with any spiritual problems, with the financial problems. But Olukoya will somehow twist the whole narrative. And like Bolu just said earlier on, that everything becomes spiritual. Yes. And it's a weapon they use to get their victims. It's not spiritual. Some online will go there for financial help. And Olukoya says, okay, there's something wrong. You know why your family is poor. There's a familiar spirit. Or maybe a lady even goes, okay, I have delay in marriage, which can happen to anybody. Okay? Olukoya will tell them it is spirit husband, the same spirit husband they used in destroying Bolu, if not for God. He will tell them, quickly tell them, his spirit husband, you have the deposits of the spirit husband in your womb. There's a snake in your womb. I mean, crazy stories, scary stories like that.
I just wanted to let people know that when these girls go to that place, right?
Not only girls, so even adults are there, pastors' wives are there, married women are there, single mothers are there, victims.
So when these people go to that place, what happens? He starts to lay his hand on them, and he starts recording them. He records them in a state of undress. Oh my goodness! You should see.
You see, this records. It's so creepy, so cringy, so crazy.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear all of this? I just want to confirm Amma can hear this conversation. Amma,
I can see her name. Yeah,
she's here.
You know what happens when Olukoya tells her, okay, for example, he tells a lady there's a snake in your womb, or the spirit husband has deposited some things in your womb. That's what is affecting you. That's why men run away from you. That's a lot of things. And any lady listening to that, you just want the snakes to come out, isn't it? Or to be killed. Yeah. And he tells them,
nylon bag.
Yes, I need to conduct deliverance. He needs to conduct deliverance for them and kill the snake. That's how he gains access into them. Yes. He will tell them, I need to do deliverance, anoint your private part. Even if I won't start with anoint your private part, the starting point is you need one-on-one deliverance. I need to conduct a personal deliverance for you. And then they come, they will put them. Some have been there for years, over 5 years. Some have been there for, somebody like TJ Suni has spent 10 years during Corridor Deliverance. Imagine going there every day, every week, being assaulted. And they can't leave. Debbie says she feels drained most times. She will be crying that who will deliver. That was why she started contacting bloggers if they could help her. I'm telling you the truth. So he said, okay, let me conduct the deliverance. And then he takes them inside his toilet. He has a toilet attached to the office. A lot of members, when I first said toilet, the way they came after me, they said, there's no toilet. We enter that office. But you see, when you enter Olukoya'S office, I don't know now, when I was in Nigeria, the curtains are just round. You wouldn't know that there are other doors behind the curtains. Okay? You just, okay, maybe there are windows. But behind those curtains, there are doors leading to other rooms, toilets inclusive. So he takes them to the toilet. Sometimes Olukoya takes 3 women at the same time and sexually assaults them simultaneously. I'm telling you the truth. And then you start anointing them. We start first give them prayer points. We'll go and meet them. I mean, why are you taking people? Why will you conduct prayers inside toilets if not that you have ulterior motives? Why can't you pray for women in your office? Why toilet? Have you ever had a pastor praying for ladies inside his toilet? Is that normal? Is that right? Why can't he pray in the office? Why the toilet? And that's when he removes their pants. Olukoya himself will remove their undies. these guys that wants to anoint their private parts and pray for them and kill the snake and remove all the deposits of spirit husband. This imaginary spirit husbands. And that's how it starts. And it doesn't end in the toilet. So when they go back home at night, Olukoya keeps monitoring, calling them. They receive calls midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. That's when Olukoya calls them.
Sister Funke, does he not send them the video of what he has been doing?
Okay, I forgot that part. You see, when by the time you finger a lady, there must be some reactions, right? One of the videos, you will see Debbie's body vibrating, meaning that she reached orgasm. Mind you, most of these victims have been
Sister Funke, let's code the words a little bit because of TikTok. TikTok are very problematic. Very problematic on here.
This is the first time I'm talking on TikTok. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, please, it's okay. Just stay here. Let's just.
Story is just somehow. There's nothing discreet, nothing.
Yeah, so I saw that video of Debbie on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm still going to do another video on Debbie because she's a disgrace to womanhood. I know she's a victim. I know she is a victim. But her attack on you, no.
You know what? Do you know those things Debbie comes out to do? Olukoya is behind it all. If you go to Bolu's
I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
And when you know that this man is capable of deleting you, what will you do?
That's true, Sha.
What will you do in Nigeria? Who will fight? Nigeria, that's a whole or a whole chief justice of the federation died. Until today, nothing. So who is Debbie? Do you know how many people have pie in MFM? Do you know how many? Even that the ones that pie inside police cell. The rest, they were just lucky to be. I think God preserved them for a day like this.
So, Sister Funke, after he has finished recording them, then he sends the video to them and tells them.
So you see, when they are in that vulnerable state, he then records them. There have been a lot of reasons why he records. Only Olukoya can tell us why he does that, because it doesn't make sense to anybody. To me, he records them, and then when they get to, he forwards the videos to them again, and that's why we can pray. You see, the videos have been playing. There are videos Olukoya himself recorded and forwarded to those
victims.
Yes. You see, because I don't know how to say because of TikTok. I mean, Olukoya is so confident in these things. I mean, how can you do that? And then he doesn't want anybody to talk. But thank God somebody like Boli is out there. And I'm enjoying the old drama. So Olukoya cannot sue Bolu. Olukoya, I know you are watching and you're gone because Jola Osho just left here now. That Jola Osho, don't mind it, is the greatest coward I've ever met.
Say Dennis, you know him too?
He has a lot of things. It's Jola Osho now. They just had him letter. Do you know Olukoya took him out of the country? You're talking from another country. Why didn't he stay in Nigeria and face Bolu? And look at the people Olukoya rose with. The likes of Jola Osho. Look at what he was paying. He said, we won't pay it. It shows that you've blocked him. Do you know they've given... Olukoya tried to pay those guys. He gave Femi Jimo 3 million. I think Caleb 2.5 million, whatever. He gave those checks.
How much is 3 million, Joe?
That's what they are fighting it at, because that's not enough to pay for the damages. So, I said we are not... See, Olukoya... I don't even know. I don't want to talk too much so that I won't affect you.
All I would say is, guys,
they are just making mad for nothing. You see, Olukoya, the only power he has is that money. You see that tithe and offering? That's all. And he has weaponized poverty in his church.
Yes.
Bolu said something 2 days ago, and I shared it. Bolu said, Olukoya cannot even do anything outside Jesus. That even the ladies that are using, you know, he's hiding under Jesus to see perpetrate those things.
He's using the ladies that the believers in Jesus in his church.
You
those
see,
are the people, and you see, Sister Funke, you see me, I'm an atheist, right?
Okay.
I'm an atheist. So when I hear something like that, imagine how I feel, right? Imagine how I feel. Because
and I know you started from church. Is it not
yes,
people like this that make people doubt the existence?
Yes, I did. Right? And so you hear that Bolu saying that he hides under that umbrella of Jesus.
But is that Jesus' fault? It's not his fault. Jesus himself has warned us about
Jesus can do something about it now.
And that's why we are speaking now. Jesus won't come down, right? He has to use people. Do you think what I'm doing is easy? It's not easy. It's only be God.
You're going to court as well.
I have 5. Do you know in the last 2 years, Olukoya has slammed me with 5 different lawsuits.
My goodness.
In America, not in Nigeria.
My goodness.
I want you to imagine how much I've been spending.
Oh my goodness. 5.
Yes. Within the space of 2 years.
5 lawsuits.
2 criminal cases, 3 defamatory civil cases. If I plan to put me inside prison, if not for God, it was boasting in Nigeria that I will soon end up in prison. And he came on using his pastors. You see those 5 lawsuits? It's by proxy. Olukoya has never sued me directly. I told you the only weapon he has is that money. It's just, and that money is working for him very well. And outside Jesus is a very poor man. He's the first person to have money in his family. He scammed the church. So he still used that name of Jesus to scam. Otherwise, he would still have been poor. Olukoya was using kettle to cook rice and stew. He will first cook the stew, pour it, and then use the same kettle. Not electric kettle, manual one, the one you put on stove. You first cook the stew, pour it somewhere, and then use the same kettle to cook rice. That's how poor he was before he started scamming with Jesus. Name of Jesus. And what we should take home is that, you see, it's not God that has disappointed us, and that's what I keep telling people. The things Olukoya does or is doing or has been doing, Jesus himself has warned us. He said they will come, even in his name, they will perform miracles. And we are at fault. Why didn't we read our Bibles? I mean, you go into Olukoya'S office and he's telling you there's a snake in your office, remove your pants. Did you read that in your Bible? I know some people that went away and said no, they didn't allow him. Maybe he uses something on them, some because he practiced hypnotism. He has done that for me before, but it didn't work. Some of the things, by the time he places his forehead on their forehead, he will say, look into my eyes without saying anything. And people said that's hypnosis. Thank you. Hypnotizes people. Maybe so. I don't want to blame.
I would also like to point out the power imbalance there is something that is very strong psychologically. Like, it's a strong psychological tool. He's likely abusing that position, knowing that they cannot question him, knowing that they look up to him. And
Nigeria, is in Nigeria. I mean, of all countries, Nigeria. Yeah. We will question him. Olukoya sponsors politicians now. Akpechi made us know that he sponsored Sanwo-Olu.
I've seen it all on Bolu's speech. I say Bolu has been so thorough, very thorough.
Akpechi too received millions during Sanwo-Olu's campaign to do the campaign. It's not them say. Akpechi has receipts. So you see these so-called men of God, they are in collaboration with the politicians. They sponsor them. Apart from that, they need their members, they need their votes. So they won't do anything.
Adeboye, someone like Adeboye alone, right? You see how many millions of people he has got alone. So if you can befriend Adeboye, you can secure votes,
You see how many millions of votes you will get?
You see?
Go against Adeboye and see all Christians avoiding your ballot box.
Right.
That is it. Did you see the narrative they pushed about Showore? They used that weapon of church to go against Showore. As of today in Nigeria, almost all Christians hate Showore. They believe it's against Christians, and it's a lie. Showore stands for the truth. Me, I've interacted with Showore in recent times. If I've made up my mind, I'm not a politician, I'm not ready to go into politics. But if Showore comes out again to campaign for anything, me, I'm going to use my platform to support him. Because he has done so much more for Christianity.
Oh, yes. He has been helping people.
Yes, I'm doing for Christianity.
Eneche was just that one. You were busy throwing people in jail because of. You see how he went and.
People perish for lack of knowledge. Your pastors will make you say they will say this narrative. You won't ask questions. What's Showore's offense? Showore The Sahara Reporter is the only newspaper that carries stories about Olukoya'S today. Olukoya has bought almost all the news media houses and the bloggers. The money is there now.
Please, can I tell everyone, Sister Funke Ashekun has a YouTube channel. She has been speaking for years. She has been speaking for years. As soon as this woman could find her voice, she has been speaking. I remember her talking from how many years ago when Sister Maureen brought you on the show and everything. I remember those years, right? She has been speaking. So please, I think on YouTube, her name is right. This that's her name. That's her name is the name of her channel. And I'm telling you, she does live streams or hours. People come on there. She's got lots of evidence. It's mind-blowing that there is so much out there,
and it's so
but yet this man walks free. This man is still allowed to carry on.
Why has he not been able to sue? It's because he's dodging from American courts now. He knows he can't come and he can't enter the courts. What will he say? What will be his defense in court? But he would rather use his pastors than himself. You see, the pastors that has been suing in court.
Well, how are his pastors able to sue you? Is what I don't understand.
Okay, this is the secret. You see, his pastors that have been suing me, that the pastors himself transferred from Nigeria into the US.
Okay.
And the church is behind their papers. You see, and there are ones that have been working for him in Nigeria before coming here. So it's easy for him. He's been suing me by proxy.
So what is he suing you for? For defamation?
For defamation. And tell me, where have I defamed?
Let me explain the legal aspect of that. So there is something called registration of a company. So MFM is registered under a incorporated trustee. Okay. So all they have to do is put Olukoya under as an employee of MFM. So conveniently, Olukoya is not part of the trustees of MFM International. So they can then claim that all these things Mrs. Funke is saying is affecting their own business as an incorporated trustee as MFM. So they will sue under MFM as pastors of MFM or under incorporated trustees. So that way, conveniently, they can remove Olukoya since he's not a part of the incorporated trustee. But when it comes to incorporated trustees of MFM in Nigeria, Olukoya is part of it, I think so. So they can, he's the general overseer.
I've gone to
he's part of it.
Oh yeah, he's the president in the US. That's why I said this time around, I know that I won't escape. You see that first.
So they will sue under incorporated trustees and they will not sue under Olukoya directly. So they can come as a body, the company itself. Let me put it that way, as a company, they can then sue. So that's how they've been able to do it. He likes to sue by proxy. So you won't see Olukoya directly.
Because he's guilty now. What will he say in court? Have you ever heard that Olukoya entered the courtroom?
I heard the
largest number of court cases in Nigeria.
Yes, he's the one with the largest number of court cases.
But he has never entered any courtroom.
I heard Showore saying there was something there was when they were in court, right? There was some evidence he was supposed to go and provide.
I lied on that subpoena. That was already the case.
He lied. Yes, he lied.
He lied on that oath.
It was via Zoom. They deposed him. They deposed him via Zoom.
Via Zoom?
Yeah. He has never done it. He's touching from and he's using his pastors as a shield. But Olukoya is the president of MFM here.
A chronic liar.
His wife is the assistant, or is it the secretary or the deputy president? Yeah, so the two of them are part of the board. I've not told you. The two of them are part of board of trustees here.
Can I just say this here that look, for MFM members and pastors, the tide is changing, right?
Yeah.
Things are changing. Back in 20 years ago, the power that your preachers had, they no longer have that power again.
At all. The awareness is there that people's eyes are open.
People's exactly. And to the MFM members and pastors, you don't want to be on the wrong side of history. You don't want to be on the wrong side of history, right? Now is the time for you to choose to do the right thing. A lot of the pastors, a lot of you all know what you guys are getting up to, right? But with people like Sister Funke Ashekon, with people like Bolu on the case, look, it's only a matter of time. Your dirty linen will be washed out in the public.
And that's why I can't sue Bolu and Akpeji now. Why can't you sue
with evidence? With evidence.
Bolu is a lawyer and I can't try the nonsense he's been trying with me.
Beg him to sue me. You should please, for God's sake, sue me.
See how he treated Maureen. Eh? See what he did to Maureen.
It was Maureen's lawyer that sold her out now. And my own, they frustrated me financially till I couldn't go to that court. I had to
five court cases. You have a GoFundMe, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because they've been saying that because I'm doing this program because of money. I raise GoFundMe when I've never raised any GoFundMe.
I know. I'm just asking because
I don't have any GoFundMe.
Because for you to be sued 5 times in 2 years, that means that the goal is to completely make you bankrupt, to make you
gag me. Let me tell you, it's not even about bankruptcy, it's to gag me. It's to make me keep quiet, to stop talking.
How is your son doing?
And now he just got married. He's doing very well.
He's got married. Oh, congratulations.
He just got married in May. Yeah.
Congratulations. Oh, wow.
Thank you very much. It's healed completely.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful.
He's very fine, yeah.
That's wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
So that's it, though.
No, but you know something.
I called him because of you.
This lady is here, Abby Styles. Did you want to say something? Abby Styles, is it Styles or what's it? Abby Styles and Mom. Did you want to say something? Your mic is off. Your mic is turned on or off. Off.
And I look like if you are listening or I know you have social media committee. They are here. If you are not here, I'm begging you, come and sue Bolu. Bolu not be exposing you with serious analysis. Go and sue Bolu now. All of a sudden, you don't know the way to court again. Olukoya, shame on you.
No, the way Bolu is doing hers, it's gonna be hard. And this is why for me, right, the way I do mine, with Olukoya, I don't touch all those private stuff. No.
Olukoya won't even be quick to sue anybody again. You know, that's why it's good to speak out. As at now, he knows that evidence is yakpa now.
And so
he won't think twice, not as before. And that's why I just thank God for the grace he gave me to be consistent. That was what he didn't want. Nobody had the courage to do that in the past. You think people have not been trying? No, people have been going to court, but to come out and expose people have known Olukoya long ago, over 20 years. All the people that started with him, most of them left. But they would rather walk away quietly because they knew how dangerous this man is. They didn't speak out, and that's why a lot of us became victims. You see, when people started speaking out, now, can he just go? He can't just run to court as before now. The whole thing is out. Even if he wins, people will know that he did Ojoro. Because evidence is yakpa now. And there are witnesses now that want to speak. People like Akpeji, people like Bolu, the 3 men that were in his prison 9 years. Richard is there. Evidences are, you want to, and you know what? I just thank God. If Olukoya knew that victims to start speaking out, and people like Akpeji, I'm sure he wouldn't have sued me. But God pushed him. God hardened his heart. He sued me over Bolo Wednesday. I don't think he can't quickly take people to court any longer. It's no longer business as usual. And that's why it's good to speak out. And I'm talking to victims. I'm appealing, please. If you are a victim, speak out. And right now we have a lawyer in the team. Olukoya can't do nonsense with anybody anymore. He will think twice. So that people will be delivered. People are still in his captivity. Let the Lord take his full course on Olukoya so that people will breathe a breath of fresh air. They are suffering in his church. People are dying in Olukoya'S church. People are crying. People are entering into depression. Didn't you hear Yewande? Yewande is seeing a therapist now. She became suicidal because of Olukoya. Imagine. And those are the ones we know. How about thousands, hundreds of thousands that have not spoken out?
Let me just, for the people that are new to this man, I'm just for the people. I'm just saying for some of my followers who are new to this guy. Let me just play just a very quick. Just listen to the bullshit that people are subjected to. Please just listen to this.
If I'm inside a vehicle and you are driving too fast, I will not stop you. You can drive as fast as well because I know that by my destiny I will not die inside the car. So be running. When I was younger, I used to visit my parents in Port Harcourt. We used to visit my parents in Port Harcourt. There is a car park, a motor park called Ido, somewhere in Lagos here. And when you get to Ido motor park in those days, you see two kinds of drivers. And some drivers, they wear suits. They look nice. They shave their beards. They look very nice. And they say, Onicha, 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 enjoy your journey. Onicha. That's the one that are properly dressed. Those are the drivers who drive very well. They follow the rule. They trafficate. They don't run too much. But you get to the place very late. But at least you get there in one piece. There's another group of drivers. Those ones, now singlet, then they wear singlet. Singlet, they wear. And you will know that they have taken some alcohol or paraga before. You will hear them shouting, Onicha 1 hour. Onicha 1 hour. When I want to travel, I don't enter that with those people who wear suits. It's those people. People are shouting Onicha 1 hour. That's the one I usually bought. One day, we're going to Port Harcourt. I entered this Onicha 1 hour. The driver, it's only singlet he's wearing. And Nika started speeding. When we got to Express, he now removed his foot totally away from the accelerator. He put stone. Put a stone to press down the accelerator. So the only thing was controlling his steering. So because he was not the one pressing the accelerator, he cannot slow down. So if you want to go to pothole, we are trying to avoid it, but sometimes it doesn't avoid it pothole successfully. It bounces everybody up. Our head will land on the scene and come back again. The journey was going roughly like that. There was a man at my back. I said, driver, please now. Slow down. He got angry. He parked. He said, have you offended somebody? Why are you afraid? Baba, get down. Get up. I didn't say you should not run, but at least be careful the way he's going. So, Baba, if you don't get, I will drop you. So the old man kept quiet. He started again. The stone, put the stone back, started the journey. Sometimes the car will turn like this, everybody is going like this. I got out a book, I started reading. This Baba at my back, now tap me. Say, young man, you are the one sitting with this driver at the front. And you have not even spoken one word to him to stop. And I said something. I said, Daddy, don't worry. If this man crashes this car, he will die. I will leave. The driver now look at me. And I'll remove this thing. How did I have the confidence to say that to him? Divine encounter. You know your journey. You know where you are going. I'm praying for somebody here today. May you have a divine encounter in the name of Jesus. Proverbs 21:30. So it's divine encounter that makes you look at somebody, instead of using their feet, they put a stone. And that didn't make sense to me. You are putting a stone. What are you doing with your leg? What are you doing? What? You are using your hands. Well, you
on Nigerian roads?
On Nigerian road, you're bouncing up and down, and you are getting out your book to read. It's in a divine encounter. All right.
Most of Olukoya'S testimony stories, they are just fables.
Lies. I heard Bolu yesterday. Bolu said she broke it down. Any story he tells, there are 4 parts to it. There are 4.
Exactly.
And they all lead somewhere. And the way it leads to is that Olukoya is the best, and MFM is the church to go to.
Nothing about Jesus. So
nothing at all.
It's about him. He's a risk scammer. Let me. Olukoya. Oh, no. This man is the greatest tragedy that has ever happened to Christianity. No. Do the half has not been told. I can't even say half of them on social media. This man, he tells us something in his church, that there are some people you should never meet in life. We didn't know he was talking about himself and his wife. You see that combo? In fact, it's a disaster.
Can I ask, please? It's just one child that they have, Abby?
Yes.
Why is he always in hiding? I don't understand. Why?
I don't know, but somebody told me recently that
There's never anything showing about that.
That he said he left Nigeria with the child because assassins or kidnappers will go after the child. That person said when he said that, it didn't make sense to her. But now she understood better, because you can't be doing these things and then you leave your child to walk freely in Nigeria now. Do you know how many
has anybody ever seen the boy face to face? Like,
I've seen him several times, yeah.
Why do they hide him?
I don't know. I'll just show you one of the reasons now. Okay. You can't be a mafia. Okay, look at the films we watch about these dons and mafias. You know that children are always targets now.
Yes.
Yes, that is. I think that's one of the reasons, and that's why people don't even know that boy. Maybe somebody you know that you want to harm. When you don't know him, how will you harm him? But he stays in Nigeria and keeps harming his children.
For a man that prays for all different women and they give birth, right? They will give birth to nylon bags. They will give birth.
Those ones are story.
Snails. They will give birth to all this. How come he has only one child?
You think Olukoya has I always tell him on my program challenge that he should point out to just one miracle he has ever performed in his life. This man, just one. I want to see it. You think Olukoya has the power? Nothing now. Somebody that is full of all this. What miracle does it? Let me not talk, because I don't like talk. You can't bring children into this. Let's just leave his child out of it. Because that boy is
I hope you enjoyed your birthday. I hope you enjoyed. I think it was your anniversary recently. Congratulations.
Yes, my birthday and anniversary. I'm a June girl.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, so you are really following my page.
Yes, I'm following both of you. I mean, because
I just opened my something and I saw that maybe because Bolu was talking.
Live, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You are doing a great job. Continue.
No, thank you. And you see,
I hope one day we'll pray to Jesus together. Once again, I know you're in church. I'll be so happy. I'll be the happiest person. I know it will happen.
Okay.
I saw one gypsy telling me, I just need not to defend Jesus, to defend myself. I'm nothing without Jesus, and Jesus has not done anything wrong to me.
Okay.
They accepted him. I know he's real. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. It's Olukoya that has disappointed people, not Jesus.
Okay.
Me, I've tasted him. He's real. And I pray that we all come. I mean, let's not allow these people to make us go out.
It's not about them. It's just unfortunately it's just part of the deal when you start telling these things.
God's will be done.
You can't help but look into.
I'm not here to preach. Let me just stop at that. But I wish we will all go back to God and then claim all these people. I know it will happen. God will.
Abby, is Abby there? Abby Styles, are you there? Abby Styles thinking, I can hear movements now. So you're not going to say anything? You're just going to be on the panel and not say anything?
All right. If you are not saying anything, you're gonna be dropped because you unmuted yourself, so you're on here.
And then there's noise as well. Abby, is that Olukoya?
Listen, I suspected Afro. I suspected if you go up, you will see my comments. I suspected this person. I didn't even want to accept them up.
Do you know Olukoya has a lot of fake profiles with which he even comments on people's pages?
Of course, that guy is devious.
I wouldn't expect less.
That guy is devious. How me I knew?
Even Debbie told me that he has a lot. Those days he was telling me, I'm not in social media person. I'm not on any social. Debbie says at that time he has several social media accounts with which he watches and comments.
He knows everything. He knows everyone that is talking about.
He knows everybody. Don't be surprised he's part of us on this something right now.
Yes, no.
Very shameless.
There is no rest for the wicked.
Very irresponsible man.
There is no rest for the wicked at all.
The way of the sinner is hard, though. Olukoya's ways are hard. He doesn't sleep. His phone calls are in the middle of the night. Very early in the morning, he resumes the church. Do you know he gives these victims 4 a.m. appointments? These candidates, I'm telling you.
4 a.m. for what?
I'm telling you true life story.
Wait, 4 a.m.
I his chat. I was showing his chat.
4 a.m. to do what? Are they doing at 4 a.m.?
Of course, he wants to do that thing before other people come around. I will put them inside the toilet. His drivers will come pick them up sometimes.
He wants to He wants to have his early morning release before.
Yes, so
okay.
His way is very hard. He's a serious one day, this man. Doesn't sleep. Doesn't sleep during the day, doesn't sleep during the night. His phone calls are in the night. He starts his phone call from 12 a.m. till maybe 4 or 5 a.m. And then he resumes corridor again. Imagine. What kind of life is that?
Oh, wow.
And he's busy monitoring everybody, speaking. Are they talking about me? He goes to court. It doesn't stop at that. We try to buy justice, buy lawyers, buy judge, buy media, buy. You can you imagine that kind of a life? He wants to, my story, they want to publish, you go and buy the media house. Which blogger wants to speak? He doesn't have rest.
He can't have any rest. And
there's no rest for the wicked.
None at all.
No peace for the wicked, yeah.
None at all. And for the people that keep funding this man, right? The money that you people are giving him and please, before anybody will come along and say he makes his money from books. Have you seen his books? Have you seen the trash he calls book? No, seriously.
Have you seen the graphic designs, the cover of the books? Have you seen the cover of the books?
Look at the trash that this. You're telling me that this is where he gets his money from. Please don't deceive yourself.
Money.
He's not getting money.
It's sometimes enough, you know. Even from money laundry, if he's hearing me now. Olukoya, not only title, even from money laundry. I'm saying
that's what they always do. Pastors.
It's under something. UK Charity Commission, they indicted him now.
Yes, now he was done.
There's no money.
No, the thing was in the papers now. Mm-hmm. Here in the UK.
Oh,
they were found to have done some, stuff in his the charity.
Even his AGO has been arrested in that Heathrow airport before.
Really?
For money laundering, yes, his AGO, Assistant General Overseer Kennedy. He was detained.
The one that was talking about a woman came over and she took off
penis cutter.
Then she had one big. The thing was as big like this.
He was once detained at Heathrow Airport for money laundering. Yes, that place is not. Is a den that you see that MFM is a coven, especially the headquarters, a den of thieves and robbers. Women molesters. People will leave Olukoya'S cancel Corridor Deliverance. They will have marks on their breasts, on their P, on their VJ. And he's so brutal, so bad. I think he hates women. Maybe he has a condition, I don't know. Because even if you want to do that, he must still injure them. Why are you collecting pounds of their blood and flesh?
He's a pervert. That's what he is.
Yeah, his hands cut deep into their skin, no. It's not a small thing, no.
Violating people like that.
Violently. That's why Akpechi calls them Ajiyagbowo.
Hey, yeah.
He's so violent with this woman. It's not just about violently. Very aggressive, and he pushes his wife to London. He's destroying women in Nigeria.
That woman cannot say she doesn't know anything now.
She knows everything.
But I think she gets to live a life of luxury. She can just be chilling in London.
She went skirt suits from Harrods. That's all she came to.
She goes to Harrods to shop.
She goes to Harrods. We wear Harrods and hats.
Unfortunately, women like her are usually victims as well. Like I know she's definitely an enabler because the fact that she's still there knowing all of this. But what's also interesting is they're usually also suffering the abuse
themselves.
Yes. Yeah. And then they just stay quiet because of that lifestyle, or what would people say? It's such a complex issue. It's sad. You want to feel bad for them as victims, but they're also enablers because they will also attack victims that dare to speak up. That threaten their livelihood.
It's the case of Debbie as well.
Olukoya fears Shade. I'm telling you now. Olukoya fears Shade. At the mention of Shade, Olukoya stands at attention. Don't know that woman.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How are we doing?
Good, thank you. The amazing four. Good to see you.
Is that Sister Funky there?
I'm here.
Funky, yeah.
Who am I speaking with? Who is calling my name?
Well, this is amazing. For anyway, I've been listening to you. To be honest, I mean, he spoke well about this pastor. What's his name again? Olu, whatever you call him. How horrible and bad he was. But then again, are you a Christian?
Of course.
You love Jesus.
How will I be a
No.
Christian without knowing Jesus?
Okay, so no,
My
I didn't
Lord
say
and
you
Savior.
know Jesus. I said you love Jesus. So my point is, with all this ill feelings and horrible stuff this man did to people, didn't you think that Jesus should have been involved to save all these people? What does it really tells you about if Jesus was there to help those victims?
I said it earlier on that God will not come down.
So where is he? What was
He
he
has
doing
come
up
down
there?
once in the form of human flesh.
Did you see him?
Okay? Jesus has come down to die for us.
Well, it's a myth for every year, isn't it?
Is what?
It's a myth for every year that
What do you mean by a myth? I don't understand that.
A myth.
He dies and he rises every year.
No, he died once and rose up once. Please, I don't want to go into doctrinal issues. I'm not here to argue.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to figure out.
I don't blame Jesus in all of this, because even my Bible tells me that people like Olukoya will be here, especially towards the end of time. He has told us their fruit. He even said we should test all spirits, and that by their fruits we know them.
Sister Funke, just have some quiet time and really reason to some extent and think about it.
Think about what?
I think for me is when we say Jesus has warned us about these things happening, right? But what about the vulnerable victims?
This is exactly my point.
You see, in history, at every point,
I know, but
Sister
Funke, some of these victims, they are not the arbiter of their own problems, right? There was nothing they could do. So I cannot come to terms with a God that would just allow that to happen to vulnerable people. I can't, even if you have warned, right? Considering that this God can interfere, he interferes, and that's why people pray. They're praying to God so he can interfere in their reality.
You see the interference. Let me quickly say this. You see that interference you just mentioned? That interference brought someone like me out. You see, ordinarily, I wouldn't do what I do. Okay? Yeah, I know you don't believe in God. You don't believe in the Christian faith. But you know, I got the instruction from God himself in my quiet time to start doing what I'm doing now.
Okay.
And look at all I've got. You see, when Olukoya came at me with lawsuits, as at that time, I had no savings. My husband has no savings, not even $1. We live from mouth to mouth. Okay? And you know how lawsuits can be abroad. How have I been able to fund 5 lawsuits if not for God? My people call him one money shekayati. So even the devil himself cannot make me. That's God, because I see him real in my life. He asked me to go out and speak about Olukoya. And immediately Olukoya came with the first lawsuit. My financial status changed. You asked me if I had a GoFundMe. How have I been able to?
For the better or for worse?
For the better, because people are getting delivered.
From where?
So how come you know about Olukoya? Did you know about him before Maureen came out? People are getting to know. People are leaving MFM in large numbers as of today. Fire is burning Olukoya now. Forget all this, something is putting this portrait. It's going through a lot.
Sister Funke,
yeah.
Sister Funke, you going to court 5 times, right? For speaking the truth. That must take its toll on you now.
No, I'm okay. That is one thing about God. It gives me that strength. People ask me from that, how's your mental health? How are your vital signs? Do you know God has protected me from all those things? I'm fine, as if I'm not going through any stress. It can only be God. I'm 55 years old.
Sister Funke, I think the point is, it's good that you're able to speak, but let's also not forget the people that are still victims under it right now. I know you're talking about people that are coming out, right? But then you're talking about how God has protected you to this point. But we've heard from both Bolu and yourself that some people have unalived during the abuse they suffered from this church, right? Some people are not here today to even speak on what they've endured. Some people are still deeply traumatized by all of this, right? I feel like that's what they're trying to point to, is that, if there's a God, it doesn't feel right, that it doesn't feel like protection if some people are dying from the pain of
and God does.
Can I?
You are giving us free will.
Please, can I answer that question? Because
free will.
I think let me answer that question, because there was a point in my life that I actually hated God with a passion, because I was wondering, where is God in all this? Like, I just wanted God to come, like I wanted it to be like that Superman, like, bro, it should just choke everybody. But one thing I've noticed about the way God works, now you people might not be comfortable with saying the way God works, because one, he's this kind of person that he gives people room and he sees things bigger than what I actually saw. As at that time, all I saw was my pain, but turns out that there were a lot of people going through that thing, even at that my region as at that time. So he wanted me to actually see, because there are just a lot of people. But the reality is, when you look at the way Christianity is and what Christianity stands for, when you look at the Bible, it says, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given unto me. Go ye therefore and make disciples of the nation. The problem started in the body of Christ. For those people that claim to be Christians, the problem started when we stopped feeling love for one another. And that is what is amiss. The reality is, if Olukoya should go down today and we stop caring about one another, another piece of shit will stand up again and repeat the same thing. And that's the reason why it looks as if God does not answer. But for a certainty, the same way you have all these earthly courts and you have all these things, I'm sure for every one of these men, there is an appointed hand for them, which we call the judgment of God. But most importantly, while we are on this earth, there's a responsibility as people with power of attorney that God has saddled upon all of us to fight evil, to take care of one another. We have the power to stand and fight evil. What makes all these victims become victims is because we know the truth have not been able to fight evil. Like what I said, if you look at my video that I spoke about this Bolali Adebayo, somebody threatened you and convinced you to sue another person for trying to defend you. If this woman had just stood her ground and fought evil, it would not have gone far in her life, to the point that they were making her make videos. And that's where the problem is. It is our duty as Christians, and that is what the rule is. That's what's in the Bible. As I have loved you, love you one another. He is going to come and attend to everything when the time is right, which is what we believe as the coming of Jesus Christ. Superman has come. I don't have the authority to actually face evil head on, and everything we need to face evil he has given us, the same way he has told us to also obey all laws, is the fact that these people let me put it this way, when you have a snake and a snake just keeps creeping in everywhere, and then before you know what is happening, it is just too late. Like, it is everywhere. It's already having babies and making babies. That is what is going on. So for those of us that will know the truth,
quickly, can I say that? Do you know every Christian lives in fear?
Snake is your phone. Of who?
I don't live in fear.
Well, I'll use this snake. I'll use this snake as an example, right? This snake is a living creature. If you see one of it, you're gonna start running, right?
It's a normal human nature to run away from snakes.
But it's a living creature. It's not evil.
It's a normal human response to run from snakes. Snakes will if you get bitten by poisonous snakes, you will die. So your normal reflex is to run away from snakes. I only use the snake as an analogy. But what I'm saying is that
I'm using it as an example, as a fear.
Christians are not supposed to see. That's what I'm saying. For the scam of
religion to work. Well, let's talk about the venomous snake. People.
Hold on. For the scam of religion to work, they have to put in fear. There's this way they picture this God as if it is this scary or juju. They go and look at everything Olukoya preaches about. Even just 2 days ago, they were posting about the Prince of Persia. Everything, they just turn it upside down and create this fear. Not until, well, people need to start asking questions. Who is this God? What are the terms? What is he bringing to the table? Is it comfortable for you? Understand.
So for
any God that does not want you to
throughout
ask
your
questions.
whole life, right? Throughout your whole
Yes.
life, to this day and age, when you check your age now, do you think God has really helped you?
Oh, believe me, yes.
Okay, 1 second. Bolu, thank you for answering the question earlier, right?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
we talk about how I think both of you are sounding the same thing, to say that God does not directly interfere. It's for the the survivors to defend the others, right? But and then refer to the Bible, but the same Bible shows God interfering directly a lot of times, right? Like I would say Jonah didn't want to go for his message, but the fish swallowed him. Paul and Silas were in jail. The angel came down, if I'm not mistaken. So there's all of these examples, right, of direct interference, right? And there's so many more. So why is it
so
now?
You wonder why you don't have it now. Okay, Mr. Soka will bear me. I would let you guys in on a secret. See, sometimes based on God's interference, it depends on what you need. I'm not God. I don't know what goes on his head. But something happened during our case that was so funny.
One that you don't know and you believe in it.
What did you say?
The amazing folk.
All right. So during our case, something funny happened. All of a sudden, out of the blues, a lawyer, I'm sure she said this online. A lawyer just came out of the blues and sent her a letter and said, this thing is this thing. If you don't meet up with these terms, this is going to happen. I'm not going to defend you anymore. It was strange. Out of the blue, somebody just came and started turning the tables on you. Now, when you look at the fact of the case, the expectation is that within that period of time, they will not be able to get a legal team. She will not get someone to represent her again. Things will go haywire for her. And she just gave me a call. I'm like, okay, give me a minute. I started making some calls. At first I had to go pray. I'm like, God, this is messed up. But then, this is not fair. You know that this is the truth. You need to do something. Within 24 hours, I don't know how it happened. We got a legal team. We had a meeting on Monday. And things just fell in place. Everything they've been keeping in secret, everything they've done hidden. So as if people just came out of the blues, like events just started falling in place. And before you know what happened, what they were expecting that will happen will not happen. And that was it. Everything went back on track. In fact, it went worse for them. So it's more of what you asked for.
Okay, can I quickly say something? I saw Dupsy Baby has been trying really hard to impose that belief on you, but I won't do that. Let me just answer. I saw where she says, how did you know the instruction was from God? Okay? You are not different from Olukoya. Dupsy, first of all, that's too hard. Why will you say I'm not different from Olukoya?
Sorry, there's a lot of noise coming
the
from
fact
you.
that you don't have that, is it Dupsy that is responding?
No.
Okay, let me address that something.
No, Dupsy she's on YouTube. So
okay, the fact that you don't have that relationship with God doesn't nullify the experience of another person that thinks she does.
Sister Funke,
wait, can I just finish? Please wait.
All right.
Your belief can't nullify what I believe. I have experienced God several times. In fact, everything about my life, I gave my life to Christ as a very young girl. I've been a church girl all my life. And I've worked with different general overseers. A lot of them have disappointed me. But you see, God, he has been constant. And that's why today I can proclaim anywhere that I'm a Christian. Because God is real. He's real in my life. Even the healing of my son is another miracle.
So you said a lot of people.
So I can't throw my experience
Hold on. Amazing folk.
I cannot throw my experience away just because you don't believe in it. I have experienced God, and it would be very wrong of me to deny him. Till today, I still see God at work in my life. So So the fact that you are not telling me I'm like Olukoya, in what way? Because I claim I believe in Jesus, do I finger people? Am I a murderer like Olukoya? Why will you sound like Olukoya? And that's one thing, we should be very careful. Anything you believe in and makes you hate human being, makes you don't love anybody, you don't want to listen to anybody, you just want to impose yourself. No, sit back and think of it. I won't judge you. I've not come here to judge anybody. I love everybody on this page. Even till today, somebody asked me recently, Olukoya, I said, why should Olukoya die? No. He should stay and answer to his crimes. That's all I'm about. Even till tomorrow, I love Olukoya'S child because I know that guy one-on-one. And that is the power of the love of God. Till today, I don't have bitterness in my heart towards Olukoya. If Olukoya repents today, let me shock you. If Olukoya repents today and restitutes and changes his way, I will go on my platform and sing his praises. I'm telling you, and tell them the power in the atoning blood of Christ. Because it's only God that can do that in the life of Olukoya. When God says he has to suffer for his sins, who am I? But for Gypsy to say I'm like Olukoya because I believe in Jesus, that's very wrong. In what way am I like Olukoya?
I think this is a good point.
Anywhere. Jesus is real.
So and I think this is a good point to kind of pivot this conversation. One second. I think this is a good point to pivot this conversation because we've it wasn't meant to focus on this.
Yes,
And
yes. I don't want
I think it's taken away from the topic of the day. I think it's taken away from all of the message that's been passed on today. We can come back to this another day if the parties are interested. But let's go away from it.
I mean,
Okay.
there are conversations. Yeah, I mean, just the other day, I had a debate with a Christian. In fact, he challenged me on he challenged Auntie Aduni, right? He said, instead of all this talking you're talking here, why don't you just come, let's have a debate? And I was in the comments. I said, okay, yeah, hand up, I'll have a debate. And we arranged it. We had the debate about the existence of God or not, just about 2-3 weeks ago, right? And it's on my YouTube channel. And so, as much as I have these conversations, this particular one about Olukoya, it cuts really deep. It cuts really deep. There are pressing issues, and there are things that we need to talk about. Corridor Deliverance. It's one of those things that sickens me. That there were women who actually defend Corridor Deliverance. Some people have been going to Corridor Deliverance for 10 years. This one it's way beyond just some of the things. So I don't want us to dwell on belief, lack of belief. Yes, that's a thing, but this is not about that. Not tonight, at least. And also because it's really late where I am, so I'm gonna have to try and round up very soon. But Ovie decided to join us. Ovie.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening. Oh, good morning.
You going to say something, Ovie?
Oh, yeah. It was basically on the story concerning the lady that God helped through some court cases, but since we're dropping the topic, then I just rather pass.
Yeah. I would just for tonight. Just let's. I don't want us to go there because the one thing I want to do, right, is yes, we have these conversations about beliefs and but tonight this is not about it tonight, right? So but yeah, we can touch on this tomorrow, right? We can touch on this. We can talk about that tomorrow.
Afro, but before you round up, I would like to reiterate, I would like to resound this because for people that, because we've had some that have come in defense of this man and his church and his pastors.
Right.
If you're still listening, I want you to know that all of us, regardless of our stance on what we believe or what we don't believe, we know that this is violation. We know that this is a criminal organization at this point, right? And that's what we're speaking out against. The abuse has been sort of an organized abuse at this point, because there's this playbook, because almost all the victims now are facing the same method of silencing, intimidation, and all of that, right? So again, everybody on here is saying with one voice that this is abuse, and this organization is terrible. It's making a lot of victims. It's leaving a lot of victims in its wake, is what we're all saying.
Exactly. And also, for me who doesn't believe in God, right? I come from a different perspective when I'm talking about Olukoya, right? Now, because I don't believe in God, there is the God thing is not a thing for me. I look at I see a charlatan. I see somebody who is claiming to be speaking on behalf of a God, but I know for certain that is not true. There is no God speaking to Olukoya. There's none, right? There's no God that has called him. There is no God that he's communicating with. There is that doesn't exist.
Olukoya is just a scammer using the name of God to scam. Period.
Yeah, and this is
no God, and he doesn't fear God.
And this is the angle that I come from. I also look at his doctrines. His doctrines are appalling. This is not. I'm saying, if Christianity was a thing, if it is, the one true religion, what Olukoya is practicing is not Christianity. That is not. He has created his own sickening ideology. He has created his own little cult-like following. He is a cult leader. MFM is a cult.
MFM is not a church; it's a cult.
MFM is a cult.
Cults are even better than MFM, because cults they help each other now, connection and everything. MFM is a cult where lives are destroyed.
Yeah.
It's an abattoir of lives, of destinies, of glories. Name it, of careers. Name it, of talents. Name it. That man just came to scam us, to scam Christians.
He's been doing it for
Olukoya never told us that from a Muslim background. Do you know Olukoya was a Muslim? He just came into Christianity to scam us.
He's been doing it for a very long time. He's been doing it for a very long time, and it will take time. It will take time, guys, but we
will get there. MFM is not like it was 5 years ago, right? Before Maureen came out. Go and look at their prayer city now. The man is just trying hard to cover up. People are living in large numbers, in droves.
I hope they leave.
Money is not coming in like before.
Sister Funke, when they leave MFM, then where do they go?
I don't know.
A lot of them could leave MFM and even go and end up in one that is worse than. And this is why we, on top of having these conversations about Olukoya, we still have to now talk about the belief in Jesus, because Nigeria is a very
religious country.
Christianity in Nigeria is one to really look into, because think about this, right? If Jesus was to come tomorrow and say he's coming to take his people home, who can we say that in Nigeria that is preaching? Which church can we hold on to and say this particular church is the one preaching the truth according to Jesus? And when Jesus comes, he's coming for his people, right? There are so many denominations.
When he comes back, will he meet faith on the earth?
Yeah, but there are so many denominations.
Let me answer that.
We don't know who is the real one.
In fact, that's the problem with Nigeria. Like I said, every 5 minutes you walk, you will find a church. The problem has always been, people think Christianity means you will not have common sense. Don't leave your brain at home and go to church.
At this point, I personally, I don't even attend any of this. If I see any Nigerian church, I run as if I've seen a plague. The bulk of them, you see, it is so simple.
My own church.
When two or more people, hold on, sir. When two or more people gather, and they talk about the truth, they're a church. It's not a must you go to where there's a building. When two or more people gather and they talk about the truth, that is a church. But they've created this mentality, this notion inside of us that we have to go to where there's a building and there's a papa, and the papa has spiritual songs, and there's this way you drop money. In fact, a lot of things that they taught us, when I discovered that it was not even in the scriptures. This whole lies about the tithe. They should point to one place in the New Testament where there was a reference to tithe. All these things are just lies they cooked to ensure that people remain under bondage. If you say, okay, fine, it is a must, you must go to church because you just don't want to forsake the coming together of brethren. I personally think you should go with your sense. If anything this person is telling you does not make sense, does not have any biblical reference to the scriptures, then why are you there? Carry your bag and go. If you cannot find any church in Nigeria, then look for, if it's a must you go to church, look for churches online. Look for where they speak the sincere word of truth, and it is simple. Love. Anything outside of that is of the devil. But there's something about Nigerians. It's like they took our brain, all of us, they put it inside a pot and they boiled it.
I think that's not true, actually, Ashanti. I think that's not true what you said concerning the Bible, because I noticed one thing again about most, would I call them enlightened Christians in quotes, is the indoctrination have gone so deep that you have created a Jesus in your head that is disguised with love. So you would find every justifiable reason to separate that Jesus from the atrocities. That's what I think. Now, coming back to what you said about...
Can I ask you, is Jesus the one committing this atrocity?
Hold on.
No, let's clear that first. We said we created a Jesus and we exclude him from all this.
I know why I'm saying
that.
Is
Jesus the one committing this atrocity? For example, the one Olukoya does.
Hold on.
Is Jesus involved?
Hold on. Let me tell you why I'm saying this, because this is why Jesus is involved. Now, the last
Mr. Funke, Jesus does it in the Bible.
Well, yeah, he was speaking.
Please let Ovie finish what he's saying.
Yeah,
and guys, we need to round up real soon.
This is the first time I'm joining conversations about this doctrinal God.
Can I finish?
I don't do it ordinarily.
I know. I mean,
I don't argue with people about this.
We're not arguing with this person.
Sister Funke, I don't engage in it.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this. At the bottom of any man of God, right? At the bottom of everything are doctrinal issues.
Okay.
This is the reason why there is an MFM to begin with, right? A man, whatever church he broke out from, he went off and started his own denomination.
You know, most of those churches, as churches in Nigeria, they are just selling points.
Yes,
but each business enterprise.
Okay, if that is the case,
it's a selling point. It's not about Jesus.
If that is the case, then what is that doing for Christianity? It's not doing anything good for Christianity. It's doing the opposite.
Look, as of today, my church is in my house. My church comprises my husband and I and our children and my mom. That's our church since 2018. Do I belong to a church? Yes. Am I a Christian? Yes. That is it.
Well, now you are relegated to worshiping in a house, because now we can't even trust not even any of these places as a place where Jesus even resides. And that is so sad. Problematic.
It's so sad, but it's not Jesus' fault. That's what I'm trying to say.
No,
let me put this out there. Ma'am, there is nowhere of all the things I've read about the things that Jesus have done.
Let's hold on. Let's Ovie finish and
Okay.
Bro, you're not giving me the chance.
Amazing. Just one second, please. Let Ovie finish and then you can speak.
Okay.
I need to start getting ready for bed, guys.
It's late.
Yeah, tracking to what I was saying, concerning what the speaker was talking about, when you talk about Christians in Nigeria leaving their sense at home and going to church, the thing with this Christianity and the Bible is it is not a univocal language, right? Anything that these pastors are doing can be justified by the Bible. Now you say the Christians should go to church with their sense. The same Bible, the Christians go to the Bible to the church, and then the pastors will read a passage that says, "Lean on not to your own understanding." The Bible does not support leaning on your own understanding. They only preach obedience in the Bible, right? And this is how deep the indoctrination has gone. And you talk about God not being scary, or you're making an expression. I don't know what you explain as a good God, but in that same Bible, there is no there's nothing that has to do with preaching love within one another. It only has to do with preaching love within God, you and God. That's all. You say that the Bible.
What do you
Wait,
want
hold
to
on, hold on, wait, calm down.
No, I won't agree with this. So
hold on, madam. You speaking over me.
This
will
is
not make
why
any
I
sense.
can't even ask you any question.
Wait, hold on. Could you listen first? And I'm not just saying that anything I'm saying. I'm going to be
Yeah, I'm with
reciting
you.
where it is in the Bible, right? There's places in the Bible that says you should hate your mother, even yourself, right, in order to follow God. There's a part in the Bible that says lead not to your own understanding, right? There's a part in the Bible that says
you can't
in order
take
to
the
follow.
scriptures
Hold
out
on,
of
hold on,
context.
hold
My
on.
brother, let me say this and I won't talk. Let me just say this and I will keep quiet.
Can you let me
Because
finish?
I want
You
to
can't
log
keep
out.
you
I'm at work. I need to do something now. Please.
Hold on.
Allow me to say this and I will log out.
No, that's not fair, Sister Funke. That's not fair.
Don't worry, I will answer you.
I'm at work. I need to do something. My paperwork.
It doesn't work like that. You have to allow him to finish, because you jump into conversations, which is not good.
Don't worry, I'm here. I've not
See
left.
you next time. Thank you very much. I'm logging out, please.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you. Thank you for having me on the program. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Training.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So to conclude what I was saying,
Thank you.
Thank you.
These pastors that come in to the pulpit, the reason why they can get so influential and they can gather so many people is that they use passages in this Bible that is directly speaking to these things to justify whatever acts they are doing. So separating the Jesus or the Christianity from the acts doesn't make any sense, because the passages in the Bible is what aids the acts to these things. So you can't say the Bible just preaches love. Jesus Christ said he came to cause confusion. There are passages in the Bible that says he did not come for peace. It is written as broad as daylight. And there are passages in the Bible that can also justify.
He did not say confusion. That was not the word.
Hold on. I'm just paraphrasing. I don't really keep you, but you know what I'm talking about. There are passages in the Bible that can also justify him coming for peace, right? So it's not a univocal language. It's a manipulative book.
Can I?
And
it's not.
Hold on, calm down. And we all know how this manipulative book came into Nigeria. Nobody came up and just said, "I am a Christian," or "I saw God." It came through people that used it. There was a time that this book was used to subdue our ancestors to do certain things, right? So it's clear that this book is manipulative. It's not a univocal language.
Okay. Can I answer that? Can I answer now?
What are you answering exactly?
You said something, so can I correct the errors that I think I found there?
What error? You have to
thank you. So now,
keep track of
when you said that,
sorry, because anytime I have conversations with Christians, they start preaching and pivoting. So could you?
I'm not preaching.
Hold on. Could you?
Yes. So let me start.
Wait, hold on. Could you lay the point?
So number one.
Hold on. Listen. Could you lay the point or the passage in the Bible where you think I misquoted or made a mistake and then correct me? That's all.
The first one, I'll start with the last thing you said, where you said that even the Bible, Jesus Christ himself said he came to cause confusion. That was not the word he used. And for you to be able to understand what he meant, you need to understand that every single time Jesus was talking, there was always an argument between the scribes and the Pharisees about what he was saying. Quite all right. They're always arguing with him, oh, this thing you're saying is wrong, that one you're saying is wrong. And there was already this laid down, it's like a duplicate of what you're seeing right now, where you have all these religious leaders just make a mockery of everything that God stands for. And then you now see some people coming up and say, okay, fine, it is not done this way. And for that reason, it was always getting into arguments and issues with them. It was recorded in the Bible, they're always throwing stones at him, they're throwing his followers. And he is saying that I have not come to make peace, because when you look at the way things were going, then there was chaos. So he said, I have not come to make peace, but to bring a sword, because you would either have to stand for the right thing or you stand for evil. That was what he meant there. What he meant there was what I've just said. He did not mean that he came to cause chaos into the world. And the word they used there was not confusion. But when you look at the details of the person of who this, even if I don't believe in him, and I look at the events of the things that happened, the things that this man did. Hold on.
Look at the mistake or the biases now that goes on is that when it comes to the Bible, right? When it comes to some certain parts of the Bible, now it's you Christians will take it very direct, right? I would not look for any transitions or content. Wait, hold on.
I'm not doing transition. I'm telling you the way it is.
Listen. I understand what you're saying. You won't make any transition, right? You take it the way it is, and you would not consider that it was speaking to people at a particular point in time. Now, when a question is being asked, when in your mind this doesn't align to the Jesus you have built up in your head, then you start looking for context to justify your feelings.
No,
it's the same thing.
What I have said. Again. Hold on, I'm not giving you I'm telling you exactly what happened.
What you are saying.
Hold on, you also said the Bible said. Hold on, you see the Bible said.
I don't want us to argue.
That verse is trust in the Lord with all your heart. That's the beginning of the verse. Lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. There's nowhere in that verse where he said that you should not have reason. In fact, the same verse says, remind me of the past. Come, let us now reason together. What he meant, when you look at the beginning of the verse, he said, trust in God with all your heart. Lean not on your own understanding. This is the thing. When you lean on your own understanding, there will always be errors. So Olukoya not leaning on his own understanding. There are things that, okay, fine, you just don't add answers to it. Sometimes I might want to make a decision I don't understand. I will go talk to a friend. Can you give me an advice? And if this person is... If the person knows what he's doing, I will trust in him. So if you're saying trust in the Lord with all your heart.
Guys, just 1 second. The Amazing Four wanted to say, can we let the Amazing Four speak? And I'm not going to be here for too long anymore. But this conversation we can extend this tomorrow. We can talk doctrinal issues tomorrow. Okay. All right. Go on, Amazing Four.
Well, I'm just gonna sign off myself. It's that time that I need to go to bed myself. So thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To join the platform. So I mean, I'll see you sometimes again. Okay.
I don't see how it is so difficult.
You all have a good night.
Amazing Four, sorry you couldn't really get the chance to.
It's all right.
I'm sorry, Amazing. I'm so sorry.
I'm very good.
Okay, okay. You know we always have these conversations around here.
Yeah, it's all love.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry.
The thing is,
it's okay. Don't be
Mom,
sorry.
I don't want, for me personally, I understand how it's easy for people to just have this personal hatred towards God. I told you I hated God with a passion for years.
Bodo, I don't hate God. I just don't believe he exists.
No, I'm saying personally, I hated God with a passion for years after everything happened to me. So it's so easy for you to look at all the problem and see how messy it is. But if one can just take his time and then isolate the problem, because this is the same thing I say in my video. Sometimes when Olukoya says all this rubbish, I will ask him, Olukoya, provide one biblical reference for this rubbish you have just said. A lot of things that he will just cook up. But the problem is, over the course of time, there's something called adaptation. We've been so adapted to some nonsense that we think it is what God wants. It's like me killing somebody and claiming that God told me to do it. In a sane society, they should take me for psychiatric evaluation.
Yes, but it is in the Bible.
That's the
That is
problem.
what you just said just now happened in the Bible.
TikTok friendly language? So can we say unalive?
Oh, sorry.
I think
It's
you
like
are
me
just
unaliving
reciting the
somebody.
Bible.
It's me
You're
unaliving
just
somebody
reciting the
and saying,
Bible.
oh, no, hold on. Now, I might not have really understood the basic lifestyle of the Jewish people, but from the little I understand, I might not, because I'm not a Jew, right? So I need to go see a Jew, which I did, and I had to understand. But from the little things I understand about who this person is, all he has asked, all he has talked about, all this guy does is eat with sinners, catch crews, talk to people, tell them parables, tell them stories, and tell them the important things of life. Tell them that you're important. Tell
And
them
calling
to
a woman
relax,
a
to stop
dog.
worrying.
And calling a woman a dog. Have you
No,
forgotten
but let
that
her
part?
finish.
Do you
now.
know?
There's
Hold
so
on,
many.
okay.
There's
As at that time, hold
you
on.
are
As at that
interrupting.
time, the Jewish people refer to anybody outside of the Jewish culture. They call them a dog. And that is why he said it is not good to give the food of the sons to the dog. They were all the expressions of those days.
Yeah, but we are
Yeah,
not.
but
That
if
is the
he's
thing.
God,
We are
he
not
knows
Jews,
better than
though.
that.
Wait, hold on.
But we are not.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but
You
we
are
are
not
not
Jews.
Jews.
I understand. Okay, for example, when I give proverbs on my hold on, when I give proverbs on my channel,
hold on.
I will say
hold on.
Tishe Gidiba Fete, Aniko Bun Losodo Kun Lowe. Now, if I want to translate it in English, I will say if a figurine made of clay wants to make a fool of himself, he will tell them to take him to the river. He wants to have a bath. But that does not do justice to the word in Yoruba itself. Because shigidi oftentimes is this creation that most herbalists use to do incantation. But if we were to now write it over the course of time, and you were to interpret it, probably in the nearest 100 years or 200 years, it will still not make sense. But the core of what Christianity stands for is simple. This is not just a figment of anybody's imagination. It was what he said himself. It was simple. He said, you said they have the 12 commandments. The Jewish had 300 and something. Is it 300 and something or 600 and something laws? But for the new covenant, this whole Christianity that we claim we're doing, it is just one commandment. As I have loved you, love you one another. Anything outside of that.
Are you open to having this conversation another time?
Yeah, sure. I just feel bad,
Yeah.
people just say it is God's fault. I understand. In fact, at a point, I sometimes I always ask myself, is there even a way that we can even make this make sense? Because it's just messed up, and I really feel bad that the name of God is being blasphemed, is being dragged in the mud, and it's just pathetic.
Well, look,
imagine me having a company.
You sound like a lovely, like a real lovely lady, and I love that. I'm sorry, I don't want to be patronizing or anything. It's just this conversation is a lot, and I want us.
All right, I understand. I can't preach. I understand. I'm so sorry, guys.
Bolu?
Yes, ma'am.
So, what if I tell you that I don't believe that Jesus existed?
Of course, I won't force that on you. You would have had your reasons for saying that. So I won't force that on you. The only thing I can do is try to convince you, and if it does not work, I'll just let it go.
You can't force it on me, because I would have to have irrefutable facts that he existed. And so far, so good, I don't have that. Right? So whenever we sing, oh, but the man said this, the man said Jesus said this, he did this, he did. For me, I'm sorry, it does not work for me. And you know something? For Christians, we need to be open to having this conversation. I see a lot of people saying, oh, we've deviated from the topic. It's about Olukoya. Let's not talk about this. At the end of it all is the God belief. That's where it begins. When people move towards this man because they believe in God, that's where it starts, and that's where it needs to, that is the crux of the matter. We can go from up to down, talking about Olukoya is this, Olukoya is that. When they leave MFM, where would they go? Christ Embassy. You think Christ Embassy is better? When they leave Christ Embassy, where would they go? They go to let somebody shout hallelujah. Is that place that they would go? Do you understand? So we need to have this conversation. And when we think about how the religion got to us to begin with, it's problematic. It's problematic. We were Christianized. We were Christianized. I'm reading a book right now, and it is titled What the British Did to Nigeria. We were Christianized because, let me see if I can find the book. Right, it's right here. I read it last night. Where did I put it now? Right, I read it last night right here. Listen, the actions, the people that brought the religion. Look, what did they say? They said, very quickly, one sec. So Britain's increasing industrialization, combined with a growing abolitionist movement by Christians, eventually led to Britain's decision in 1807 to make it illegal for its citizens to engage in the slave trade. So the British agreed in 1807 to make it illegal for its citizens to engage in slave trade, with effect from the 1st of January 1808. Britain's abolition of the slave trade seems ironic, given that it was its foremost practitioner just a few years earlier. The same people that abolished slave trade were the same ones that were the foremost practitioners only a few years before. But nonetheless, the abolition was a seminal event for West Africa. European Christians who had been active in the anti-abolition movement justified Britain's entry into and their involvement with West Africa on humanitarian grounds. Right? The people that were for slavery were saying this, they're doing it for humanitarian reasons. Africa was of particular interest to Christian missionaries because, in their view, it was populated by heathens and was a den of crime, immorality, and misery. Let me read that again. Africa was of particular interest to Christian missionaries because, in their view, Africa was populated by heathens and was a den of crime, immorality, and misery. The early accounts of explorers and traders, containing exaggerated accounts of African barbarity and savagery, contributed to their determination to Christianize the area. So you see all those stories that we are told, oh, they sold slaves, they sold each other. Oh, what's that one? They always say, oh, they were unaliving twins, human sacrifice, and all these things. It says here that the early accounts of explorers and traders, they contained exaggerated accounts of African barbarity and savagery. And this contributed to their determination to Christianize Africa, to improve also the moral standards of the natives, and to abolish practices such as human sacrifice and slavery. But after abolishing the slave trade, Britain then stationed, off, on and on and on and on, right? Now, the same people that said, okay, no more slave trade, were the same ones that colonized us. Make it make sense. And then, as soon as they came in, guess who followed? The missionaries. Missions and colonialism worked hand in hand. Without colonialism, we will not be Christians. It's just that simple. Go read the history. And this is why this particular book, it says here that this is, the book is called What Britain Did to Nigeria. It brings a much needed African viewpoint to the country's colonial history. Most of the history we have heard comes from the other side. But this book gives you the context from the Nigerian perspective. And it is interesting because for once, maybe people will start to realize that this religion, at least some 200-300 years ago, maybe if people had got their act together and put a stop to it, we wouldn't be Christians today. So these are things that we need to question. What kind of God needs us to be colonized to receive his religion? No.
Okay, technically speaking, apart from just Africa alone, when you look at the amount of wars that has been waged all in the name of Christianity, and you look at all the mess that people have actually done under the guise of Christianity, it's very, very disgusting and appalling. It is the same way I told someone on this platform that I personally don't support the nonsense going on in Israel between Israel and Palestine, and there's no way I'm going to support it. It's more like you looking at a piece of paper. But because you know that this piece of paper is very, very valuable, you can then use that piece of paper to smuggle a lot of things. Because you know that everywhere you take that piece of paper to, it gives you a free pass. Even if you look at the Elizabethan era, the power of the Catholic Church, how much they were able to wreak havoc, all in the name that, okay, fine, they are the Pope, they are the spokesperson of God, and they were able to just make a mess of the this Elizabethan era, the King era, and stuff like that. Beyond all those things, you look at how they brought religion into Nigeria. It's a mess. I'm not going to deny. In fact, it is a dirty, disgusting game that makes you wonder how human beings can do that.
I'm glad you're acknowledging that. But
it's a disgusting game.
If we received Christianity in that manner, why would you trust it?
All right, that's what I'm saying. It's really a disgusting game. But the reality is, like I said, I hated God with a passion because it just doesn't make sense to me. But when you actually sit down, and I'm not going to force that on you, when you sit, because it's like, okay, there's this power of attorney that has been given onto you to actually make decisions on behalf of somebody. And not because you have the power of attorney, you just keep making a mess and you do things. It's so easy for you to believe that whoever gave the power of attorney is just nothing but evil. Because obviously by their representative, you shall know them. But when you then sit down to look at who gave you this authority, who gave you this power of attorney, who is this person? Let me understand. You then see that it's like a direct contradiction of what they are doing. For example, you see all these miscreants opening church left, right, and center. You see Jerry Eze now is the highest grossing YouTube pastor. Yes.
Sorry, a quick one. So it's not really
guys. I need to end this in 5 minutes. I'm too tired now.
Okay, we can find another time to do this. I'm sorry.
Listen, but
again. I'll be back again tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, so we can go on longer tomorrow. So
today.
Sorry, today.
Okay.
Today. And I do enjoy speaking to you, and I enjoy these are the kind of conversations I like to have between atheists and theists, because conversations where we start arguing and for the people complaining in the comments about this is about Olukoya and you have deviated from the topic and this and that. Look, if we don't address this, you see the problem
will happen
of religion in your country. It's only going to get worse, my people. It's going to get worse. Maybe if we start challenging the beliefs from the root, we start challenging it from the root. That's even challenging your God. God, how are you comfortable watching people suffer like this? Over 87 million people are living in poverty in your country, and you don't want us to talk about this belief that has ravaged your country? Your preachers are flying in private jets, so Olukoya can go wherever he wants. The money is there. The money, you guys have funded him. They have taken your monies and funded their lives, sold you a God that they cannot prove exists. Or that's what Olukoya has done. And like I said, at the bottom of it all, Olukoya has sold a God that he could not, he still till tomorrow cannot prove exists. And so you think if you are to challenge him, challenge his God belief. Okay, Olukoya, you keep talking about God. Oh yeah, show us the God. Give us empirical evidence.
Well,
that
if
your
you
God
look at the
exists.
timeline, like I said, I did a timeline of how Olukoya came into Christianity, and now Olukoya even set up his church. That's what people don't understand. There's a lot of mysteries and scandals that surrounds his creating of his church. He came from CAC. He had issues with CAC, Christ Apostolic Church. He created an issue there. He created a scandal there. He was pitching the young people against the elders. He was always causing chaos. He gave them a piano. He went to collect it. And when he was done creating the chaos, then he came to start his own fellowship in his house from 10 to 24. And then conveniently, when they're going to be talking about his biography, they skipped all those years. What they did not tell the whole world is that they said he moved from his house to that place. The place they claim he moved to was formerly a fellowship that was in existence. And when CAC questioned him about it, because the movement was named Christ Apostolic Clinical Movement, I'll find it again in my diary. When they complained and said, if you're going to claim that you're going to use the name of CAC, there's a need for you to abide by the rules and tenacity of CAC. That was when he removed CAC. But because a lot of people don't understand how this person came to be, I keep telling people that the moment you take away history, you have finished that nation. If they have not taken away history in Nigeria, we would have been able to understand how all these slave trades came to be. But conveniently, they take it away, and that's why we are still in this mess. There's a need for us to ask questions. What is the history of Christianity? How did it came to be in Nigeria?
Exactly.
And for that reason, you have MFM, and now a lot of the elders, their children became a part of him. Till today, he cannot talk about those parts. And that is the reason why I felt like there's a need for people to address his history. How did he come to become a pastor? Who ordained him? Olukoya cannot point to one person that ordained him as a pastor. And the book, because
8 years old, he's in.
Yes, he's lying.
Crusades, looking at people giving birth.
The question people should have asked him is that where were your parents when you were going for revival at 8 years old? Olukoya did not tell people.
The guy's a liar.
What he did not tell people is that he is a child of a broken home. His mom and dad were divorced.
Wow.
And for that reason, he was spending the bulk of his time with his father. And the father is a police officer, so his father did not have a time. That was why he was always traveling around. So conveniently, when you take away all those history, you portray this image of this person that has never hurt a fly. My dear, he has been hurting a fly for a very long time.
A very long time. The guy is devious. He's evil. He is.
So it's just painful.
A psychologist to analyze his background, because what you're saying, I watch a lot of crime documentaries, and a lot of times when men are violent towards women in their adulthood, something happened with the relationship with their mom and dad, and the mom is the villain in their eyes, so they tend to take it out on other women.
Someone put in the comment, Lilliput, earlier on, right? Quote and unquote, I'm not going to state this as fact, but I don't know. They said, I don't know if they were stating it as fact or it was a question. Something about he may have been a S8 himself as a child.
Could be.
It's possible.
Yeah, or it could really just be him seeing his mom, especially spending time with his dad. There could have been sour feelings there, and constant
that's not an
reiteration.
It's not an excuse to then go and wreak havoc on so many people's children. It's not an excuse. We can't be using our trauma and now this happened to me, that happened to me. Come on now. At some point, responsibility. You have to take responsibility for your actions. And listen, guys, look, no matter what we talk about, what we don't talk about, Olukoya is a scammer. Olukoya is a charlatan. He is a pulpit bandit. He can sound like a saint.
An abuser?
He is not. He is a predator. And thank you, Bolu, for putting me on to this guy, because my goodness, we need to carry on having these conversations, Me, I even wanted to shift completely from this topic. So, okay, let's start talking about something about, my goodness, hey, this Olukoya'S one runs deep. And sometimes I sit and listen to some of his messages, and I'm like, what the actual, what? You mean people really sit down and listen to this crap? Hey!
Oh, believe me, they do.
Hey! I can't deal. I honestly cannot deal. But you know something, guys? Anyway, I'm going to love and leave you all. It's really, really, really late, and then we'll be back again.
All right.
If you're not
Bye,
following,
guys.
make sure to follow. Please follow our dear friend. The name of her YouTube channel is Let's Talk About, not about, but Let's Talk About It with May B. Maybee. Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Lily Pad, look at that new picture of yours. Fancy.
Who? Which picture? Who?
Lily Pod.
Oh, Lily Pod's picture.
Hey, Rich. Thank you. I got tired of the
Yes, so I haven't said hello to so at all. Rich.
Yes.
Oh, what a conversation.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just tired. Need to get my eyes and go bed.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know what?
Yes, the church
so
is
funny. You got yourself a purpose. I can tell you that.
I got my what?
Afro. You got a purpose, Afro.
I've got a purpose.
I'm serious.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I agree. So many times.
Sorry. The name of the church is Christ Apostolic Model Assembly. That was the church. That was the name they were using first.
Who is that? Who are those ones?
When Olukoya left CAC to start his own silly church, it was formerly called Christ Apostolic Model Assembly. When CAC confronted them, then it became Model Assembly, and then from Model Assembly, it became Mountain of Fire and Miracle Ministries.
Mountain of Fire and Fingering Ministries. Mumu follow Mumu Ministries.
I'm telling you. Let me leave you guys to be. Thank you so much for having me.
What part
Thank
of
you
the
so
world?
much.
What part of the world do you live in, my dear?
United States.
Oh, okay. Right. So for what time is it where you are?
It's 9:56.
See now, see. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m.
Sorry.
Please don't be sorry. It's okay. I enjoy having these conversations, and at least you helped me keep Lillipod and Vessel of Dishonor up here till this time. Lillipod would have run away by now.
I was just gonna say that.
Vessel, Vessel's sleeping. She ain't fooling nobody.
She woke up for a second. No, she woke up for a sec.
All right. Have a great day, everybody.
All right. Good night and thank you. Please do come back again. We love having you.
Looking forward to speaking to you again.
Good
Thank
night.
you so much.
Good night,
everybody.
Rich.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Good night, and see you tomorrow. Oh no, later.